enjoy the dances and enjoy the food and just have fun.
The drinks? No, just kidding.
We'll see you on October 5th. And Eulogio is the Vice President of LUPEC.
Just so everybody knows, it's all free, and we want the kids to come. We have a mariachi band that has 50 kids in it, and they're all second grade to sixth grade. And that's going to be the last piece at 6 p.m., 6 to 7 p.m. So hopefully all the people in the audience can also come. It's all free. Thank you.
And the festival will start at 2 and will end at 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And next, we invite Councilmember Heyer to read the recognition or proclamation for Constitution Week.
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair Jaburka. This is something that I am eager to read. The Constitution is a document to me that I feel is a sacred document. I'm a huge fan, so thank you for asking me to do this. Declaring September 17th through the 23rd, 2019 as Constitution Week in Ogden City. Whereas on September 17th, 1787, the Constitution of the United States was adopted and signed at the conclusion of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. The convention was originally held to revise the Articles of Confederation, but ultimately provided a setting for restructuring the federal government and establishing foundational liberties for generations to come. And whereas the Constitutional Convention was one of the most significant events in American history, this event prompted the establishment of ideals that have shaped our nation and allowed it to prosper for more than a century. The Constitution itself established unequivocal rights and freedoms and provides a government structure that solicits both citizen participation and national progress. And whereas the Constitution serves as the oldest document still in active use that outlines the self-government of a people. This landmark idea that men and women have the inalienable right as individuals to be free and live their lives under their own governance was the impetus of the American Revolution. It is essential that the Constitution is protected and upheld to ensure that future generations can possess the same freedoms that we now enjoy. And whereas in 1955, the Daughters of the American Revolution, DAR, petitioned Congress to dedicate an annual week to observe and honor the Constitution. A resolution establishing Constitution Week was adopted by Congress and signed into public law by President Dwight D. Eisenhower on August 2nd, 1956. And whereas Ogden City encourages members of the community to study and become more familiar with the U.S. Constitution. This week is an opportunity to celebrate the U.S. Constitution and to memorialize the unsurpassed impact that this historic document continues to have on our nation. Now, therefore, the Ogden City Council and Mayor Michael P. Caldwell do hereby proclaim September 17th through the 23rd, 2019 as Constitution Week in Ogden City. We encourage residents to reflect on our heritage of freedom and to join together in celebrating the Constitution and the many freedoms it provides. We appreciate the efforts of the Golden Spike chapter of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution and other institutions and organizations who promote patriotism in our community. Now, Acting Chair, I would make a motion that we adopt this week, September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week in Ogden City.
I second it.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Heyer and a second by Councilmember Stevens for this joint proclamation. It's a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, that passes. And we have
Michelle Shreve
Michelle
is
Shreve,
here to receive this.
Second Vice Regent and Constitution Week Committee Chair for the Golden Spike chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Thank you. Come on down and shake our hands, if you don't mind.
We're going to take some pictures. If you like the Constitution, come on up and be in the picture.
Everybody, come on up. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, here's another one.
Here's one. Yeah, she's good.
There's the little one. He's the youngest member.
all of you that don't have to stand next to the mayor.
Okay, I'm gonna get my tiptoes then.
1, 2, 3.
Mayor.
Love to hear from you.
Would you like to take one? Yeah, after she speaks.
Well, first, I want to say this is truly amazing. And I wanted to thank Mayor Caldwell and all of the council members for this proclamation. And I just wanted to thank you for supporting our nation's Constitution. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Acting Chair Chaburka, before we go on to the next items, in looking over the agenda, and we have quite a long evening, or quite a eventful evening, and talking with our legal counsel, it has been suggested that we move the public comments up. So from item 7 up to follow the items listed under action to be on the agenda. So
Request to be
after,
on the
or the
agenda.
request to be on the agenda,
Sure.
yep. So if that's okay with everyone else, I would make a motion that we move that public comment up to that point before the public hearings.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Blair and a second by Councilmember Lopez to move the public comments portion up to the request, under the request to be on the agenda. Was there additional discussion? Did you have something? Okay. Is that a voice vote? or
The
roll
voice
call?
vote.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, that passes. So we'll move public comment up. Great, so now we're happy to welcome representatives from the Family Promise of Ogden, who will review their efforts to lift families with children out of homelessness, and they've requested to be on the agenda if you'd like to join us. Do you have
Thank
a
you.
do you have a presentation or anything?
Yes. No, we don't have a presentation.
Oh, okay,
No,
just double
we
checking.
don't. They left.
Oh, no.
No, just kidding.
There's nobody.
Sebastian Benitez, many of you know me. I've been here many times, but today I am coming here to introduce Family Promise of Ogden. In 2015, when I ran for the office, my goal was to help homeless, and Carrie Liston was the president at that time. Barely Star Family's Promise Ogden in that time too. She invited me to be part. I am so blessed to be here. Sorry if I cry, but this program is so great. I'd like to introduce two people are going to speak today, and Raquel Da Silva is the president. She will present the program for you guys and for the community too. Oh, I forget, I am Hispanic too. And I am involved in the community really hard. I love Ogden. After Raquel, we have Blake Severin. He's the president right now, and he's the city council for North Ogden too. He's really involved in helping our brother and sister and children who is travel on the street or be homeless. I want to just mention I am really happy to be here and to be part of this community. Raquel?
Thank you very much for this opportunity that we have to present to you Family Promise of Ogden. Family Promise is a very clever idea. We have a group of about 600 volunteers in the community. We have gathered this force, this amazing force of people that care. And we have 14 congregations of different faith that provide night shelter for our families. So Family Promise is a shelter for families with children that are experiencing homelessness. We teach them how they can become independent again. We help them with the roadblocks that they may have. We help them understand what was the causes that that they became homeless and how they can change their lives. And we do this by having a day center where families are during the day. We help them find employment, and also we help them better themselves and become independent. And then at nighttime, our churches use their Sunday school rooms as rooms for our families so they can be sheltered. It's a wonderful program, and we have helped a lot of families. One of our families that were with Family Promise early in the year has just purchased their first home. So we're very excited about that. We teach our clients that Family Promise is not a hand-me-down, it's a hand-up. We are in the business of being self-sufficient and teaching our clients to be self-sufficient. We call our client guests because we want them to feel like guests, and we want them to know that homelessness is something that they are experiencing. It's not a label that defines them. We believe that every child deserves a home, and we are also very independent ourselves. We're financially secure, and we, in every way, try to lead this organization with the same pattern that we teach our clients. How they are self-sufficient, we lead that and teach them by example. We are also very self-sufficient. The heart of Family Promise is our 600 volunteers that come and do all kinds of things. We welcome families. Families very often bring their children to volunteer at Family Promise, and we always have a job for anyone and everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to mention this, but since Sebastian brought it up, I actually happen to be serving on the city council in North Ogden. So I understand what it feels like to sit on that side of the pulpit here. And it's kind of unique to be on this side of the pulpit. I currently, again, Blake Severing, I'm currently serving as the board president of the Board of Trustees for Family Promise. Of 240 branches of the Family Promise in the United States, 10 this last year were selected because of their financial stability and because of their success in helping families become self-sufficient by our national organization to receive a financial award that will assist our local branch in building a small home to help the patrons who are homeless. We are a very strong organization despite having been relatively new to the Ogden area. So first, I just want to express gratitude to the mayor and to the council and to the staff. We were so very impressed with the assistance that the planning department and the building department extended to us as we worked to renovate a building that would meet our needs. This year alone, with the assistance of Raquel, and she is an incredible part of our program, she and a caseworker by the name of Jen and as many as 600 volunteers assisted 18 homeless families to become more self-sufficient. All are now in homes or apartments, each have jobs, and are moving forward in confidence in life because of the Family Promise program. Despite having recently renovated a new building, we've already outgrown our current location. Our petition tonight would also include that if Ogden City owned any land or a building that would be available for either being built upon to enlarge our capacity to be able to help the homeless, or a building that could possibly be renovated, we would ask for your consideration in providing this as we seek with you and so many others to eliminate homeless and help families get back on their feet. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Any questions, council members, or comments? Okay, now I'll invite Ogden Police Chief Randy Watt to address the council regarding a recent officer-involved shooting.
And we thought he was here for the budget.
Acting Chair Chilburka and members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. Over the last few weeks, since the August 16th officer-involved shooting in the 3100 block of Gramercy Avenue, there's been a great deal of rhetoric and hyperbole spread about in regards to this situation. We have deliberately not gotten involved other than to release the body camera video once the investigators cleared us to do so, as we wanted to have the fullness of the investigations behind us before we entered the public discourse. By law, the Weber County Attorney's Office is required to conduct an investigation into any law enforcement shooting occurring in this county. The purpose of that investigation is to determine if the shooting was justified under the laws of the state of Utah and whether or not any criminal wrongdoing took place. At the same time, an internal affairs investigation is conducted by the involved department in order to determine if law and policy were followed. The Ogden Police Department's internal affairs investigation is complete and has found the officers to have acted within law and policy. The Weber County Attorney's investigation is not yet complete, as the investigators have not received the toxicology reports from the state lab, and it is unknown when those reports will be available. However, I have spoken with the Weber County Attorney, and he has verbally cleared the officers in this case. As a result, we are in the process of returning the officers to duty in accordance with our process under our policies. This situation was a tragedy for the family, and our hearts go out to them. No one should have to go through this, not the suspect's family, nor the officers involved and their families. It is a national statistic that 10 to 50% of police officers involved in taking another human life leave the job within 2 years. The variation in those statistics has to do with a number of things, such as department size, numbers of incidents, amount and effectiveness of training, availability of peer and counselor support, and community support. What the statistics do readily point out is that no officer wants to do this, to be involved in the taking of another human being's life. Like those on the deceased family's family, the impacts are long felt. It is unfortunate that the family's emotions have been harnessed by a few with a pre-existing political agenda. Much of the rhetoric and hyperbole over this case has been directed at you, the council, and the police department for political purposes and to support an extreme counter-policing agenda. I'd like to set the record straight. The Ogden Police Department's officers are among the most effective de-escalators in this state. From January 1st, 2018 through August 1st, 2019, the Ogden Police Department handled approximately 165,000 calls for our service. Among those calls were 24,856 high-risk calls, calls involving confrontations with individuals with a potential for violence or engaged in acts of violence. OPD officers use less than lethal force to resolve these situations only 128 times, or 0.5%. OPD officers discharge their firearms 6 times, or 0.02%. In other words, Ogden police officers successfully de-escalated 24,850 of 24,856 situations without using their firearms, or 99.8% of the time. The Ogden Police Department's officers are among the best trained in de-escalation techniques in the state. In the last 19 months alone, Ogden police officers have participated in a combined 25,565 hours of training, or an average of 194 hours per officer. The state of Utah's Peace Officer Standards and Training only mandates 40 hours per year. At great cost to the department, our officers participated in 321 hours of TASER training, 129 hours of use of force policy training, 126 hours of pepper spray training, 120 hours of arrest control training, 35 hours of verbal judo training, and 213 hours of crisis intervention and handling of mentally ill persons training, along with other required trainings. In this specific incident, the situation lasted 42 seconds from first contact of the suspect until the beginning of medical protocols. from the time the suspect flipped open the knife and began aggressively moving toward the officers until the shots were fired was approximately 10 seconds. During that time, the officers were retreating and issuing verbal commands to stop and to drop the knife. 3 of the 4 officers had backed up as far as they could go as they had backed across the street and were up against vehicles parked curbside. Behind the officers were approximately 20 people who were at risk. The suspect could have closed the resulting distance to the officers in approximately 1.5 seconds, and in fact, the suspect was closer than the distance recommended in training. The suspect had the same amount of time the officers had to change his mind and submit. He chose not to do so and chose to continue to aggressively advance. Time, distance, the knife, the aggressive actions and continued advance of the suspect, the risks to third parties, or in other words, the chosen actions of the suspect, gave the officers no other immediately available options than the course of action they took. In these rapidly evolving stress-filled events, there is no time for planning or coordination, and any suggestion of such by Monday morning quarterbacks is based on ignorance or political agenda. The officers each perceived a direct threat to themselves, their partners, and the persons behind them, and each took independent action to ensure the situation was resolved immediately. They did not consider, nor was there time to consider, anything other than the taking of such action. Each officer fired independently and ethically within law and policy to neutralize a dangerous threat. Unfortunately, a suspect with an extensive criminal history and who, as a result of his criminal behavior, had been trespassed from the property by his parents, chose these actions and forced the hand of police. It is unfortunate that this individual has put his family in this position. Their grief and anger is very understandable. It is unfortunate that this individual has placed our officers and their families in this situation as well. There are no winners in these events. There are only participants. Hopefully, time will heal all the resulting wounds. As the Chief of Police, I take these situations seriously. I have been involved in policing for 40 years. I have advanced education and training in policing, and in particular, the use of force. The stars and bars I wear are indicative of my service alongside the men and women of this police department since August of 1979. There is very little I have not seen or participated in here in O-Town. All lives matter to me, and I do not take my responsibility to this community lightly, nor my responsibility to the peacekeepers the city and this community employ to keep them safe from those who would do them harm. I have seen a long and ever-improving evolution of the laws of use of force, honed by the courts based on situations that occur. I have seen an incredible increase in the professionalization and training of police officers. The Ogden Police Department regrets that our sworn duties and responsibilities sometimes, on rare occasion, require us to use deadly force in order to save lives, including our own. We hope and pray that it will continue to be a rare occurrence. But let me be perfectly clear. I hope to never lead this department through another one of these tragedies. However, if and when a violent felon puts my officers in a position meeting the laws, ethics, and policies for the use of deadly force, and the officer or officers reasonably believe that deadly force is necessary in order to save lives, I expect them to follow their training in accordance with their duties and responsibilities. No officer of mine need wait to be bashed with a rock, cut or stabbed with a knife, shot at or shot in order to determine whether they should take action, and I will support them to my grave. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So now we will have public comment. Do you mind doing the
I can do it.
So for public comment, are you coming up for that? Okay, great. Let me just lay out the rules here. It's an opportunity to address the council regarding any concerns or ideas on any topic. To be considerate of everyone at this meeting, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Participants are to state their name, and if you can't get all of your comments in that amount of time, you could send us some correspondence to the council office. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council and the community members, I first want to thank the City Council for their time. I am Officer Davis, and I have been a patrol officer within the Ogden City Police Department for 3 years. I am here representing the Ogden City Police Benefits Association. The OPBA is an organization comprised of officers currently employed by the department, and the association's main directive is to work as a representative of the entire body of officers with the police administration to tackle internal issues and to create a healthy working environment. In the short time I've been a law enforcement officer, I've seen a lot of changes in policing, even bigger changes within our police department. There's the obvious issues regarding manning and the retention of officers to meet the needs of the community. With that in mind, I personally believe the administration and the City Council have made tremendous strides in this matter in making Ogden City Police a department that is highly sought after and capable of competing with surrounding agencies. Each of us have sworn an oath to serve and protect our communities, and I know for a fact I and the officers I work alongside do not take that oath lightly. We see and deal with the unspeakable things. The police are not called when there is not an issue, and we are what separates the world from order and chaos. Every officer I work beside day in and day out have a sincere interest in making our city safer to live in and are committed to that vision. With that being said, this is a dangerous profession that we have chosen, and that fact was not ignorant to anyone before they put on this uniform. In the same breath, it is absolutely unreasonable to believe an officer must be attacked, shot at, or otherwise assaulted by a deadly weapon before deadly force can be used. Every officer working day in and day out have left their loved ones, wives, husbands, sons, and daughters every single day, willingly and with pride, to put their lives on the line to protect the city they love. Every day, we as officers come in contact with individuals of all walks of life, either in the worst moment of their life or a simple civil issue. On countless occasions, these contacts end as peacefully as they began. However, sometimes officers are thrust into people's lives, whether that individual wanted it or not, because someone else determined it was an emergency or a situation police needed to be involved in. We are given limited information on who is involved or what exactly is going on, and we are charged with investigating the incident and ensuring everyone is safe. I cannot stress this enough. It is absolutely unreasonable to believe that an officer must be attacked, shot at, or otherwise assaulted with a deadly weapon before deadly force can be used. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay. Thank you for your willingness to listen to the public and those who serve your community. My name is Derek Fisher, and I am the president of the Weber Fraternal Order of Police. We're here to address the Ogden City Council and the community of Ogden. The FOP is an organization focused on serving members through representation, relationship building with the communities we serve. Our lodge represents officers in all local and county agencies in Weber and Morgan counties, as well as other agencies. The FOP recognizes the efforts of the Ogden City Council make routinely, trying to make Ogden the best place to be. We also recognize and appreciate the council's support of our public servants. Since being sworn in a year ago, the current FOP board and I have worked hard to improve relationships with the city administrators we work for and build better relationships with the communities we serve. 3 of the community events we have hosted are the mayoral candidate debates, law enforcement torch run for the Special Olympics, the Ogden's Make a Difference Day, which donates to schools in need. We have welcomed all community members to our hosted events. It is the responsibility of an officer representative to speak on behalf of the members. The officers want to first share our sympathies to those who have lost loved ones from an encounter with law enforcement. It is not an easy thing to mourn and miss a loved one. It is also not easy for officers to make those split-second decisions or deal with the psychological effects for the rest of their life. Officers suffer in so many ways from performing their duties. We are human too. Emotion should be a motive for us to accomplish tasks, but decisions and direction of this city should always be based off facts. I encourage the City Council to make logical decisions for the community and hearing all sides. There's nowhere near enough time for me to address everything that has been said in these City Council meetings and every issue that has been brought up. In every issue that's been brought up, the blame has been put on officers by the community members. The issues that need immediate attention are mental health, substance abuse, and refusal to comply with lawful commands. Comply, comply, comply. If we feel officers wrong on something, and the time to argue that is in the court, not on the side of the road, please comply. Compliance reduces injuries to both the community and officers alike. I assure you that Ogden has a fantastic community outreach person, Diana Lopez, which is constantly putting together community outreach events and activities. Ogden has done a fantastic job in leading community outreach. I encourage those asking for more community connection to watch for these events and show up. Show up to meet the officers at Coffee with Cop. See how the vast majority of every type of community member has a positive interaction. Your peace officers are out handling hundreds of calls a day protecting you. They're creating relationships and serving. I can tell you firsthand the officers are out working hard to serve the communities the best they can. Please do not degrade the hard work that they are doing by saying they are biased towards groups of the community. To our community, please stop demonizing them by judging them without knowing the facts. If you want positive change, be positive. The FOP is always willing to meet and discuss concerns with the city leaders and community members. We continue to be the thin blue line between good and evil in our community. We pray for our leaders to make the best decisions for the citizens we serve. Thank you for your time, and God bless our city.
Thank you. That's a fun time.
Ready? Council members, thank you for the moment to speak with you. My name is John Thomas. I'm a sergeant with the Ogden City Police Department, and I'm the Fraternal Order of Police representative for the department. I want to take a few minutes to address the topic of the Citizen Review Committee and the de-escalation procedures that have been discussed in the previous city council meetings. On August 16th, there was an officer-involved shooting in the area of 32nd and Gramercy Avenue. This was a tragic event, and my condolences go out to the family. Since that time, emotions have run high. I asked the council to be cautious in making decisions based on emotions rather than facts. A review of that incident shows from the time the officers contacted the suspect to the time he was shot was approximately 10 to 15 seconds. That's a fact. The officers first used verbal commands, yelling several times for the suspect to drop the knife. This is a form of de-escalation. Had the suspect complied, the officers would have put their weapons away. Fact. You will see on the video that the officers backed up several feet to give the suspect room and time to comply with their commands. The suspect refused. Factual. The last fact is that the suspect controlled the situation. Had he complied with the officers, this would have ended much differently. Some community members have a misconception that police officers have no right to protect themselves, that before a police officer uses force, someone has to shoot at us or try to stab us before we can defend ourselves. This is not the case. There are state laws that allow an officer to use deadly force if he or she fears for their safety or the safety of others. Officers involved in these incidents have mere seconds to decide to shoot or not to shoot, while a citizen review board will have weeks, months, and years to pick apart what the officer did in seconds. Some of these board members may come with preconceived ideas and theories that aren't realistic. Others may come with resentment toward police officers for a wrong they feel was done to them or a family member. I ask the council not to support the formation of a citizen review board. As for de-escalation training, I agree that police officers need continuous training and hope that more of it will be provided. However, again, it has to be realistic training which does not jeopardize the officer's life. Ogden City police officers are the lowest paid in the state. Please do not devalue their lives further. In closing, the FOP and the Ogden City Police Department stand together to oppose any committee or training that would risk the lives of their members. The police officers of Ogden City are the best in the state. All of you council members and citizens alike go to bed every night knowing there are people working hard to protect you, to answer your calls for help. No matter what race, religion, or economic class, we will respond. Councilmember Lopez, I heard you say that you do not trust Ogden police officers. I'm here to tell you, if you need us, we will come. It takes a heroic person to run towards shooting while others sit in comfort of their home or office waiting to tell the officers what they did wrong. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's David Timmerman. I'm a resident of Ogden City. I moved here about 4 years ago with my wife and our 2 children who were both attending Weber State at the time. I'm a retired Salt Lake City police officer. After 24 years of service, I retired and went to work for 2 national banks in Salt Lake City as an investigator there. I would like to, first of all, acknowledge the officers. They're all present here. Obviously, they have a big stake, as we all do in this situation, And I want to thank them all for their service. And I know that almost every man I've known that I've ever served with in the police department, in law enforcement, truly, they are decent, good human beings like all of us that are here tonight. Having said that, and having listened to the chief of police here and having watched him in the last 2 years as he's taken over, I appreciate his comments. However, my heartfelt feeling is there's always room for improvement in every situation. One of the glaring things that stands out with me as a former homicide detective and investigator of officer-involved shootings is the fact that Ogden City waits for the Weber County investigators to review the shooting. I think there needs to be an outside agency immediately assigned to participate in this investigation, apart from Weber County. There's a direct conflict there, and I think an independent investigation by another agency within the county would be appropriate. That would be one of the things I suggest. The other is, let's talk a little bit about the non-lethal weapon issue. How many of our officers in Ogden City have other options besides taser or gun? Pepper spray's in there too, I know, but basically in this situation, perhaps another alternative, if enough officers were armed with not less than lethal weapons, such as a shotgun with a beanbag or pellet or other instrument, this may have been diffused. It is possible. It could have happened. I know I'm a Monday morning quarterback like we all are after these incidents, and I know no officer wants to find himself in this position. But I do think, and I would like to stress, that we all live here, all of us, officers and citizens alike, and we all want a good resolution. So we need to listen to input from our community. We need to look at other policies and other agencies and the things they've done, including citizen involvement. I don't see any issue with that personally. As an officer, I would welcome that. These are the people you serve. They should be a part of the process, and we can move forward together with that. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me organize my thoughts here. My name is Sophia Garza, and I've been a resident of Ogden for most of my life at this point. And if there's anything that I know about Ogden, it is that people who are from here love to brag about it. I have never been anywhere else where people are as excited to talk about their city, to tell you about all of the amazing things that are happening, and all of the amazing things that that are going on in their city and changes. And ooh, I'm a little scattered. And, you know, as I see our city making so many wonderful changes by, you know, having this Twilight concert series, by having an arts district, you know, all of this work that we are doing to change the image that Ogden has, why can't law enforcement be a part of that positive change? None of us are saying that none of us are attacking police here. What we're saying is we would like to feel safer in our communities, and we would like for our police officers to also feel safer while they're on the job. Ultimately, for you to do your jobs and for us to live here, we all need to trust one another, and a lot of that trust is missing right now. And I would like to be able to brag about, you know, comprehensive body cam policies. I would like to be able to brag about, you know, a very long amount of time without officer-involved shootings. I would like to be able to brag about those things when I talk about Ogden, and I would like other members, other citizens of Utah to be able to see us as an example, because often Ogden is not seen as the example, and, you know, we can be a leader here. Yeah, like, I had something written out and I wanted to stick to it, but I am honestly reacting a little bit emotionally to the chief of police of my city telling me that me caring about my community and me caring about the safety of others in my community, officers included, makes me somebody with a political agenda. I am not somebody with a political agenda. I am somebody who cares. I am somebody who lives here and is affected by all of this. And, you know, I still haven't picked a permanent home. I'm still young, I'm a college student, and I would love to be able to make Ogden my permanent home. And when the chief of police tells me, you know, that my caring and my wanting to make a difference, you know, makes me somebody with a political agenda, that doesn't make me feel like I'm wanted in this community by the people who are leaders, by the people who are in charge. And oftentimes, I feel that way anyway by members of the community, and I don't want to feel that way about our leadership, and I don't want to think that our leadership feels that way about its citizens. And yeah, just to close, I'm sorry my thoughts haven't been the most organized, but to close, I am really thankful for the individual police officers that we do have, and we have not attacked a single police officer in the way that we have been speaking. We've been saying that we need changes as a whole so that we as a community can all feel safer, officers and citizens both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Suzanne Daly, and I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I feel compelled to. Beginning with your Constitutional Week, I wanted to applaud you on that, and I just also wanted to hope that you remember when you're thinking about the Constitution and its history and learning more about it, that you will remember the people that built this country that were not covered in that Constitution and did not have constitutional coverage for a long time and still don't have equal status in our society. But moving forward tonight, I wanted to thank the chief for his words. I can't say that I necessarily agree with all of them. I've had the opportunity to meet the family of Yvonne, and just his characterization could not be further from what I have come to learn of them. I'm not aware of their son to a large degree, but the family has never been anti-police. And the people that have risen up around them to try to give them more voice in their community are not anti-police at all. They really feel that you guys, for the most part, do a good job. But a citizen review board gives all of us an opportunity, and when somebody is offering their help free of charge and from the heart, I just can't imagine that you would not embrace that and at least to some degree allow some interaction. And it's not all on one side. The citizens need to know more about what the police officers do, and a citizen review board could be more advocates for that. I think that there's just a lot of misunderstanding, and I know that a lot of people don't feel represented. That would help with that. And I'm sorry, like I said, I wasn't planning to speak tonight, so this is just right straight from my heart. But I think that it's really important that you consider that and that you look at the balance of power in this room. I mean, my goodness, think about what it feels like to be on the other side, and try to please give these people more of a voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I believe I'm actually the extremist ideologist that the chief speaks about. My name is Malik Dayo. I'm here this evening in front of the council to discuss police reform. I want to put our agenda into proper perspective. We are not anti-police, unlike what the chief is asserting. We are pro-police reform, and we want that to be our narrative, and that is our narrative. We're not here to pass blame. You know, I hear the chief and other officers justifying, they may have been justified. I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. And if they were, that's not what we're here to discuss tonight. We're not here to discuss who was right, who was wrong, anything like that. That's not even the narrative we've brought to the table. We're here to bring other questions to the table. The real questions we should be asking are there other options besides deadly force for these type of situations that exist? If so, why aren't they being used? What are they? Okay. Why aren't they being used as the first option? Why isn't the council asking these questions and pushing this agenda? Okay. Please don't mistake our passion and determination for acting emotional or for being uncivil. Statistics show that de-escalation and non-lethal weapons save more police and civilian lives than not. Why wouldn't we push for that? Why wouldn't we push for saving more lives? Statistically, it's proven. We want our officers to go home alive just as much as they want to, and we want our kids to stay alive just as much as they want to stay alive. Okay. This isn't a radical idea to save lives. It's not a radical idea to ask for police reform, to ask for more de-escalation and more non-lethal weapons in our arsenal. In my opinion, and in our organization's opinion, the city's handled this poorly. The mayor missed the first meeting. The chief walked out of the second meeting. The second meeting was cut short and none of our concerns were addressed due to a short time. Police staying near the Mercado property with no reason to be there. Releasing the video to the media before they allowed a family to see the video footage. They didn't even put it on their own webpage. They went straight to the media sources. We feel our requests also have not been taken seriously, and we're upset that we didn't know this about this meeting and we weren't invited to it, but I'm glad we made it here.
Hi, my name is Chikari Kelly. I am an activist out here in northern Utah. I'm here to support the family of Giovanni. I'm also a daughter of a police officer from another state. I understand all the risks that come with being a police officer, but that's something you get signed up for. That's something you sign up for when you fill out that application. Just like my profession, me being a nurse, I have to treat everybody equally no matter what they do. No matter if they hate me because of the color of my skin, no matter if they don't like the service I'm giving them, I still treat everyone equally no matter what. I recently was diagnosed with cancer and I was put on depression medication. They have doubled that since I've started, but also I know, being a medical professional, the risk that it is going off that medication. If you are on any type of mental health medications and you go off of it without tapering, it could start a psychosis. Are these officers trained to see that? Because the video I seen showed me a young man that had psychosis behavior that didn't know what he was capable of doing. If the police officers would have used non-lethal force, Giovanni would have been alive. They keep saying there was 10 to 15 seconds from when they got there to when they started shooting. That sounds like 4 police officers shot a taser or used a beanbag like everybody else believes also. Being a resident of Ogden my whole life along with my family, I don't feel safe here either. I've been profiled by Ogden Police and Highway Patrol for no reason. Every time I've been pulled over in Ogden, there was no reason for me to be pulled over except for, oh, your taillight's out. And then I go look at my taillight and it's on. Or, oh, you made a wide turn and it's illegal. I looked at the footage, there was no wide turn. That's profiling, and that's why the people of color in this city do not feel safe, and that's why there is such a distance between the police and the community. Now, if I could say one thing, I was told about a year ago that there was a mental health specialist that goes out on calls like this. Where was that mental health specialist that night? The Citizens Review Board, it's not a whole bunch of people sitting on their butts at home. We're hardworking, tax-paying citizens that should be able to voice our concerns when it comes to community. I know that's my time. I appreciate you guys listening to me, and please consider the Citizens Review Board.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mazli Gonzalez, and I'm speaking on the behalf of Giovanni Mercado. He was my cousin. We have a model of policing that is predicated on essentially operating in the community and not being part of the community, and that is fundamentally a problem. Ogden PD needs to be a leader for other cities when it comes to police reform, and there needs to be a lot of improvement. There are things that Ogden Police Department needs to improve. One, demilitarizing. The use of lethal weapons can give people a feeling, can give people a feeling that there's an occupying force as opposed to a force that's part of the community, that's protecting them and serving them. Like I stated before in the last meeting, Salt Lake swapped out 70 lethal weapons and used beanbags. Why can't Ogden PD do that? How can we unite as a community if most of our community is afraid of those who are here to serve and protect? Another example of this, like I stated previously, was Park City introducing the bowler wrap. I talked about how the bowler wrap shoots from 10 to 20 feet away. An officer cocks the device, pulls off the safety, and fires. It doesn't hurt the person that they're firing it at. Another thing I think needs to improve is racial bias training. The fact of the matter is that Black and Latino people face discrimination at all levels of the criminal justice system. Police officers should be required to explore how their implicit biases, unconscious prejudices, and stereotypes may cause them to use violence against people of color. There's no way that racial bias training alone can get rid of racial discrimination in policing, but the only way to work against implicit bias is to raise awareness about it, and that's what I'm doing. Police chiefs should lead the way on this by offering racial bias training to their officers. This training should be spoken, not only after someone is killed, but all year round. One way we can improve Ogden Police Department is to end grand jury processes for officer-involved shootings. In most jurisdictions, prosecutors ask grand juries to consider whether charges should be brought against a defendant or not, but the process is completely secret and the evidence presented is completely out of the discretion of the Prosecutors Institute. Like these police officers got to go home to their families and got to live, Giovanni should have as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bethany. I just want to say happy Constitution Week.
Bethany, do you mind saying your last name as well?
Bethany Lemka.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And yes, happy Constitution Week and happy Hispanic Heritage Month. I don't know if the irony is missed on you of the Constitution and how it is not illegal to bear arms, but yet Giovanni was killed for having a knife, and he was killed and murdered by 4 police officers with lethal weapons. So much was said and so much is going through my mind right now, but I feel like it's very important to point out that the political agenda that we're being accused of upholding is actually a social agenda, is social justice. I wrote down a few statistics. I'm not reading off anything that I wrote down because I'm nervous, but I think that it is important to state that the population of Utah is made up of almost 91% white people. The population of white people in prison makes up 61, almost 62%. The population of Hispanics in Utah is 14.2%, but yet they make up 19.59% of our prison population. And I feel like that is important to point out because it shows how we treat our people of color and our population of color. There are multiple cases of white people getting off and being apprehended alive. And I don't understand why that couldn't happen for Giovanni. When I look at that video, I see fear on everybody's behalf. But I feel like that was such an unnecessary death. I feel like those people that lost their brother, that lost their father, their son, they're going through so much pain right now, and for what purpose? I don't understand that. I don't understand why there aren't non-lethal ways of apprehending people. I feel so unorganized right now speaking to you guys, but I also just feel like that's something that we can really work on, and a citizen review board is helping everybody out, police officers and citizens alike. I'm not anti-police. I am distrusting for sure after seeing that video, but I feel like this is something that we can all come to, and I feel like Ogden can be a leading force in showing not only Utah, the state of Utah, but maybe the nation, how we can come together as communities to protect everybody's lives, police officers and people of color, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Joanne Lawrence. I'm a resident of Ogden. The last time I was here, well, not the last time, but a year and a half ago when I was here to speak about the Marshall White Center, we had to give our name and address. I guess I don't have to do that anymore. Still, nothing is being done, has been done about the Marshall White Center. It's the only year-round facility that serves families of Ogden. We need to renovate the Marshall White Center. It serves families, it serves youth, it serves seniors. What I'm hearing here tonight are different perceptions of reality. Perception is reality. We have different realities. But hearing this tonight, it makes me think about why has nothing been done about the Marshall White Center? Is it racism because it serves an inner city population? Is it ageism because it serves seniors with not much backup? These questions come from a perception of a reality. And all I can say is I would encourage you tonight to not vote on the 5-year plan that you have written if it doesn't have something specifically in it for Marshall White Center. Thank you.
Thank you. I know some people came in late, yes, so we're just reminding everybody you can speak to us on any idea or topic, and just say your name and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Terry Summers, and I own property in Ogden City. I was here last week. I have a crisis of my own, and I think Ogden City has a affordable housing crisis right now. And I feel that the different departments in Ogden City are not working together for the greater good. We have some departments in Ogden City that are attacking property owners and requiring them to remove their property or reorganize it or remodel it so that it fits within the zoning. This property that I have, I've owned for 33 years. It was built in 1967 as a fourplex. It is supposedly zoned as a duplex. And so I've gone to the zoning commission. I've applied for a variance. I've applied for a grandfathering, and I've been denied all of those. I need to know, where do I go from here? I do not have $400,000 to rebuild my fourplex into a duplex. I do not think it's fair that my 4 tenants would be out of a home. They would not be able to afford to move anywhere else because they are all low income. I have 2 of them that are, one that's handicapped. She has a disability. I've got 2 that go to school. They can't afford to move anywhere else. So I need to know, where do I go from here? Do I have to go to court? Do I have to take the city to court? That's been stated a couple of places. I don't have the money for that either. So I need to know, what is my next step? Where do I go from here? My choice is my property that I've owned so long and that I've put all my money in, and this is my retirement plan, and I've supported Ogden City, is now virtually worthless, because when my tenants move out, I cannot re-rent it until I've converted it to a duplex. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to benefit Ogden City or the low-income people that are in Ogden City. So if you have any words of wisdom, I would really, really appreciate them, because it's stressing me out, stressing my family out, stressing my tenants out. My tenants are freaking out. they can't afford to go anywhere else. So I appreciate you listening to me, and I hope that there's some kind of resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you go, can I get your address one more time? I missed it.
My name?
Your address.
My
Where's
address,
your, what's your?
3151 Quincy Avenue.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think at the end of all the public comments, we'll have any questions like that we can respond to, we will.
David Willis, 2853 Jackson Avenue, Ogden. I can't speak to the law enforcement issues from the law enforcement side because I'm not in law enforcement. Those guys are the experts. They deal with this stuff 24/7. I can speak to it from a victim of gang violence and crime perspective. I have 35 years of living in inner cities, from Chicago to LA. I worked in about 15 different cities as in a capacity of helping those cities. I worked with inner city groups. I worked primarily with all different types of groups. One of those groups were crime victims. I've been a crime victim in this community. I have pockmarks in my house from bullet holes hitting my house. I had a bullet go through my front window years ago. I can tell you that the bullets don't identify by group or race where they're coming from. Criminals. Criminals don't shoot straight. And my neighbors, who are all different types of people, all different backgrounds, could not go out of their house. Their kids couldn't play in their front yard. Their kids couldn't do anything at all. And I'll speak to the issue of stray bullets. There wasn't one single person in here, not one, who spoke against law enforcement and the broader scope of changing policy versus this specific issue that happened, which I'm not going to discuss. We're talking about broad policy changes that are going to affect everybody's life. Maria Sanchez, like me, was an innocent victim 2 years ago, laying in her house, in her bed, asleep, down the street from me, shot in the head, killed in her sleep with her daughter and her boyfriend. Where are these people defending people like that? Where is a call for policy change to create fewer Maria Sanchez's and fewer blocks like mine, like mine, that were like this, where nobody could go out because of the bullets flying around and the criminal activity? The only people we have to call are law enforcement. We have to rely on these men and women to defend our lives. I don't want to live in the Wild West. I don't want to live in a situation where we're all hiding behind our houses, barricaded in the way it was in South Central LA back in the day. People don't have bars on their windows to protect them from the police when you're going around Compton or South Central, where I used to live in Pico Union. They don't have bars. They have bars on their windows to protect themselves from the 1 or 2% or half of 1% that are victimizing them. So you guys on City Council need to take the victims into consideration, which greatly outnumber a couple of activists that are in here creating what is a dysfunctional element in our community to undermine stability. And so I hadn't planned on coming here to speak, but I'm very passionate about these issues. I have decades of experience with this stuff, from both working in, like I said, working in the communities, working with people, and working with victims, and plus my own on top of that. And so I appreciate in the broader scope of policy change that you take the victims into consideration, read that Maria Sanchez story, and ask yourselves, how are you going to have fewer Maria Sanchez's? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Go ahead. All right, ready?
Yep.
Evening. My name is Colin Chandler. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak. I have lived in Ogden for going on 25 years. I raised 3 children here. I moved to Ogden when I took a job that I'll get to in a second. I swore as a young man to support and defend the Constitution, and I did that in a Navy uniform. I was a Navy corpsman and eventually specialized as a psychiatric corpsman. I have also been in uniform, and I both know what circling the wagons looks like and feels like, and feeling defensive and underpaid. After I left the Navy, I worked in civilian psychiatry, and the job that took me north to Davis County, but I bought my house in Ogden, was as a program director for an adjudicated sex offender program in Davis County. I taught violent patient management. I don't mean that in a book sense. I mean I literally showed people, how to physically deal, first de-escalate, and then manage people if they were enraged or psychotic, or you get the picture. I personally have faced and wrestled and tried to manage gang members with knives, Marines with lead pipes, and I did get injured. I won't say I didn't get injured. You face off with very unstable people, very angry people, or skilled people who are intent on hurting you, you often get hurt. And I'm not going to say that's not the case. What I am going to say is that part of my professional sense of self was that I was also primarily focused on this person who was my client, my patient, my Marine, somebody that I was serving and protecting. I wasn't just serving and protecting the people behind me or the community at large, I was also serving and protecting that person. And I'm pretty grateful that at times I didn't have a firearm, because I probably would have used it. The fact that I didn't meant that I had to find other ways. And that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you.
I am Sebastian Benitez again. I support the police department. I want you to know that. I've been in the Navy and I was the PM, and the United States is MP, military police, for many years. I support you guys, but sometimes we make a mistake. And I understand, in 2015, when I ran for the office, and my website said we need to provide video camera or body camera for the police department, or for each police to defend himself, and for the resident or the other civilian. Thank you, we have now. Because we have now, we know the truth. We can have different opinion about the truth. But the truth is, these 4 police officers, they don't use any other option to defend himself or to defend or save the life of the civilian. In my time, I used the stick. The stick was almost bigger than me when I was there. And after that, I have my 9mm. And maybe it's time to go for the old-fashioned. For somebody have the weapon, the knife, the stick will be perfect. Hurt. We can break the arm, but it will not kill anybody. I don't know. My suggestion is just listen to the community. I am grateful for the video camera or body camera from the police officer. Thank you, Mike, to introduce that one. This your second term, because we don't have it that before. Now we have the truth. The truth is that we don't need to talk about it. And you are the person are going to make the rules, and they are going to follow the rules. I support the police. In 1 month, I was stopped by police officers 6 times, and I get 3 tickets. I am glad for that. I was 2 tickets for speeding and 1 for stop sign. The last, in the only 3 tickets I received in my life. And they was really nice with me. I am grateful for that. I support you guys, but we need to change something. Thank you.
Anna Davidson, how are you? Good. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Truly, it's an emotionally charged, and I'm going to take it to a completely different spot. I want to thank Mark Johnson, Chief Watt, and the 2 officers that met with me yesterday morning about my complaints that I brought before you on the 27th of August.
I want to state that even though I still believe we're being singled out, I believe the meeting created a starting point with a positive path forward without fallacies driving the conversation. I would like to challenge the businesses and individuals creating the negative connotation to educate themselves and be part of the solution rather than perpetuate the problem. We have brought light to an issue that was present on 25th Street far before we relocated here. We have brought light to the fact that homelessness is real. That being said, we've been made scapegoats right now, and we're okay with that because we're going to fight to do the right thing together, because through positive communication, we can create change, and that's where we need to start. But I did want to bring to the table some things that Jesse Jeans is responsible for, some facts. We fed more than 1,000 meals to federal workers during the government shutdown and brought national media attention to our great city, showing people you can put aside your differences and come together for the betterment of our citizens together. In February, with the assistance of Sherry and Sophia, two sisters, and local law enforcement agencies, we were able to raise over 1,000 pounds of food for Catholic Community Services. Through community support, we have been able to provide clothing to organizations such as Youth Futures, and we have been designated a safe space by them, and we're proud to have that on our door. We have helped organizations such as Circles USA get the word out about their nonprofit to help fight end poverty. We have personally helped 2 vulnerable adults that were being taken advantage of rise up from homelessness and reconnect to their services, Mandy being one of them, and Nahum called us from the VA today. In August, we were awarded the Golden Key Award through the Governor's Office for our work with people with disabilities. Quite an honor. We have supplied 1,348 Pay It Forward meals to date, and I was awarded Ogdenite of the Year this year. I want to say that we need to focus on the good instead of the negative, and positive change can only begin after honest, open communication. Honest, open communication can only begin after you show up willing to listen, learn, and compromise. The perception is vastly different than the reality, and we need to educate ourselves to the reality before placing judgment. We need to recognize that gossip is counterproductive and childish, and it breeds fear and hatred without validation of facts and is detrimental to the success of our society. We need to choose to be part of the solution, not perpetuate the problem. Be the ripple in the pond, cast the pebble of the first positive change. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Juanita Flores, and we're the family of Giovanni. These are his kids and his stepson that he helped me raise, and we just feel like some kind of change needs to be done so that nobody else has to go through this. My kids are 6 and 7 years old, and every day since their dad has been gone, I've had to get them through their day because at some point they cry because they miss their dad. I just want something different to happen in our community. I've lived here my whole life. My parents have lived here their whole lives also, and we just want to feel safe. My kids seen all the cops today when we came, and they felt unsafe, and I don't want that for my kids. I just want us to have a better community and some changes to happen. Because without their dad, it's going to be really hard, and I'm going to be the one having to deal with all of it now. And I just wanted you guys to know and see that he did have a family.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Monica Hall, and I came here tonight because I've been working on the I can't say it, SPAC, that's all I can say. I came here to adopt that tonight, and also I didn't know that Family Promise was going to be here, and I was a part of helping that get started in the city, and so it was nice to hear that tonight and see what's all happening. I had a couple of calls from community members this week about policing and the conflict that's happening in our city, and A couple of calls only because I've been in a place of negotiating before. But one of the things that I would like to ask all of us in the room to do is there's words of implicit bias here tonight. And I would like for you to look around, and you can clearly see that our community is divided. If this is not a sign, or if this is not really the truth, we have law enforcement on one side and elected officials up front, and many of people of color on the other side of the room. And so implicit bias of those choices we make that we don't know that we're making, but you can look around the room and take a picture, and there is something that we should maybe think about as a community because of it. I am also, forgot to tell you that I'm a proud graduate of the Citizen Police Academy as well. And so I spent time learning all about it. I believe that public service is probably the hardest thing ever. In fact, one of my theologians from my faith teaches that it's the highest calling in all of society. You deal with people's best, but a lot of times public service deals with the worst of people all of the time. And so if there is indeed a place for to monitor public servants and to watch the public servants serve us, and if there are concerns about how it's being done, I think it is right for the community to have a place at the table to share what their insights are. And especially in a room that looks like this, I think that it might be good for us to reflect on what it means for us as a community going forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cody Wright. I'm an Ogden City Police Detective in Special Victims Unit. And if you didn't notice, I'm white, American guy, and get racially profiled every single day. And here's the thing that drives me crazy is when I was 8 years old, I learned about the Ku Klux Klan. And I was trying to figure out ways back then how to get rid of these guys because I despised them. And I speak Spanish. I love the Hispanic people. And then every day I get racially profiled for supposedly being racist, right? So I went into law enforcement when I was old. I started when I was 41. And because I felt it important to try to make a difference to people that are victimized. And here's the deal is I don't go to work ever hoping to shoot someone or to hurt someone. I do go to work hoping to make a difference in the world. I do go to work hoping to mend some bridges and just make a change. The thing is no one wants to kill anyone. It's a tragic thing to live with, and it's so sad. We see these people that are suffering. They're missing their dad for poor choices that were made. They were out of control and ended in a tragic event. So all these ideas of some of this police change and things make sense and sounds good and looks good on paper. But in reality, until you look down the barrel of a gun or until you fight someone that's out of their mind or on drugs, you don't know what it's like. And I'm still suffering with injuries in my body for not hurting someone or shooting someone. Instead, I fought physically. My shoulders don't work right. And I've taken those actions, as have all my other brethren on the police department. So we're listing a few tragic moments, but we haven't listed all the moments that my friends have had broken knees and torn shoulders and broken elbows and all that stuff from rolling with these guys on the street. My heart goes out to the family. It really does. I really, really do feel bad. And I'm really sincere in that. But I don't want to be profiled any more than anyone else. And just know we're trying to do good. We really are. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, we can't have comments in the middle of the audience.
So I'm Officer Benjamin Frankham. My older brother was Officer Jared Frankham of the Ogden City Police Department. He died back in 2012, serving a drug warrant here in Ogden. So for the family, I do understand having the loss of a family member. For the children, I've watched my nieces, 2 and 4 at the time, grow up without a father. I've watched my sister-in-law and my parents grow up, and myself continue to age without a very stable family member in our family. That being said, I have a family member in Ogden that's a repeat felon and has had multiple times with Ogden's police department where he could have had the same end due to drug abuse. Very large individual. I'm the small one in the family, so he's a lot bigger than me. He's had weapons on him, and it's still come to a good resolve. For the members of the community that keep requesting we have a different option, I don't think personally any of you would be okay if I showed up to your house on a basic call, a very minimalistic call, with a shotgun slung over my shoulder. That's what it would require to have a beanbag on every call. I go to calls a lot by myself. A lot of the officers do. We're understaffed, and that's what we have to deal with. Not every call we show up to, we expect to turn into a violent end or any violent means whatsoever. So for me to come into your house on every call with a shotgun slung over my shoulder, I don't see any of you wanting that any more than I want to. We all want to look and be the nicest, kindest officers we can, but at times that we get our cards pressed against us and we get pushed against the wall and things happen. I understand the heartache of the family, I really do. My older brother died as an officer. 6 officers were shot total. He was the only one that died because he stayed in the house, and while other officers that got shot, and we're not, for those that want us to react to being shot at, there's officers that have been in this room today. There's multiple officers that still work at the police department. One was shot in the head, one was shot in the jaw. My older brother, succumbed to his injuries and ultimately died, leaving 2 children and a wife behind. So I understand the heartache, but in an incident where a man's coming with a knife towards officers and towards 20 people behind them, what do you guys want us to do? Do you guys want us to come into in your house with a shotgun every time we come to a call? If you want a VIN inspection, if you got a barking dog, if you get in a car accident, do you want me to get out of my car with a shotgun slung over my shoulder? Because I know we will. We're glad to serve the community, but at what means do we get demilitarized but protect the community with less lethal options? Tasers don't work all the time. I know plenty of officers that have gone to use a taser and it didn't work. And then they have to use their firearm. So if we can find a means through the citizens that we can become less lethal but less militarized, but still protect ourselves and the community, I know Ogden's more than ready to listen. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Detective Gustin. I'm also a citizen of the city of Ogden. I work for the Ogden Police Department, and I also live just a few doors down from where the incident occurred on August 16th. I'd just like to caution the city council about the use of words. When we talked tonight, a lot of people were talking about feelings. A lot of people were talking about how it made them feel. But the facts were also laid out tonight. The facts were also laid out that in violent involved incidents, 99% of the time, we were able to de-escalate that situation. 99%. The facts of the case were there were 40 seconds between when officers had a chance to de-escalate the situation and ask him to drop the knife. Thanks to a timer here we have today, 40 seconds, we can count it down. We didn't have an opportunity to have somebody respond to de-escalate the situation. We didn't have an opportunity to run back to a car to grab a beanbag shotgun had one been provided. This is real life time. Things happen quickly. They escalate quickly. I've been on calls where incidents escalated where somebody seemed friendly and then the next moment they turned and they wanted to fight. So I would like to point out the facts. I'd also like to call attention, there's been talk of other police departments in the state, Salt Lake City, Park City. Salt Lake City not long ago was recognized for a year-long drought of not having an officer-involved shooting. In the same time period that Salt Lake City had that year-long drought, Ogden City had a year-and-a-half-long drought. I was sworn in 2016, and in 2017, in the beginning of the year, we had an officer-involved shooting, and not until October 2018 did we have another. We weren't nationally recognized. We cautiously, calmly, quietly kept doing our job because that is what we do. We are professionals, and we do the best that we can to help our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
evening, Angel Castillo. Clearly we have a whole lot going on here. I'm going to let other people address that. I want to thank the council for the work that they're doing with examining our housing situation. And I'd like to specifically point out the lady who lives at 3151 Quincy. She has a fourplex that she bought as a fourplex, and through some weird filing of the county, it wasn't supposed to be there. And so she kept living in it and renting in it, and now she's caught in a weird legal position. She should be grandfathered in, and as you heard from Weber County Health Services, that we have a problem with having enough affordable housing, rental housing in Ogden, and that if you don't allow this to stay, if you don't grandfather this in, and from what I know of the situation, this is something that the mayor can put as a non-conforming use. We have lots of situations with our code, and I've been talking about the fact that we have needed to update our code, which hasn't been updated in over 20 years. This is an example of where we are with our code problems. This is an example of where we are with a lack of affordable rental housing. And I urge you to keep that in mind as you look at all the data that's presented from you when Jennifer Nagy comes up and speaks about housing and its availability and where we are lacking in Ogden. You as council members have an opportunity to put into place ordinances and laws that will help put a pressure release valve on it. There is no magic bullet for housing. There is no magic bullet for homelessness. There is only a series of incremental marginal gains that you can collectively put together as a city that will release some of the pressure as we move forward and as we continue to grow as a city. And I've said it before, other cities across the nation are doing it, and it's time that we take a good, hard look at inclusionary zoning, accessory dwelling units, tiny homes, whatever it is that we can do to help people stay in lower cost rentals so that they don't become homeless. I don't remember exactly what the statistic was, but last council meeting, that was the gist of that report, is a lot of people are homeless because they can't find affordable housing. They're not necessarily choosing to be homeless. So if we want to get ahead of this problem, as a council, you're already doing the work looking at housing, and again, I commend you for that. And I hope that you keep an open mind as you look at it and move towards solution, as opposed to go, oh, there's nothing I can do about it, because I promise you, there's plenty that you can do about it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ed Mackner. I'm going to make I made a comment last meeting about Blanding, Utah, 5,000 people. It charges for 2,000 kilowatt hours, $169. I called the city manager, and he said, and I said, well, how do you do this? And I thought maybe you guys would ask me that. But I asked him, and he said, well, I said, do you have solar? He says, no. He says, we shop around. We look around for the best rates. Now, if you look at Pacific Core, and you look at Berkshire Hathaway, they have, their interest is making money to their shareholders. And what I think you could do to reduce some of the costs for housing is to have some sort of an entity in Ogden that would be like Blanding. Shop around for the best rates and see if you can reduce the energy costs for our citizens. Now, $169 is a lot less than $249 from Rocky Mountain Power. Now, I am not against Rocky Mountain Power. I'm not against that, but I just get tired of the rich working off the poor. The wealthier are always making money on the poor. So my suggestion would be, think about the advantage you have in Ogden here. You have a social organization, you have a water company. There's no reason why you cannot have an energy company. And so if people do not want to buy solar, which is very, very inexpensive today compared to coal, you could at least with the HB 411 pass that resolution on October 1st or so. And that I think would be an advantage to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juan Mercado. I'm Giovanni's dad. It's unfortunate that I lost my son life due to the police shooting. We need to push for a police reform so nobody else's son will die or life is taken away. I'm not sure why so many people in this room they're against the changes, but changes are for the better, not for the worse. And I keep saying that, and I will keep saying that. All we're trying to do is, just try to save another life. And I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep coming here every Tuesday, as long as I live. If I can make a difference, I will. And that's what I want. I want to make a difference. I want a better Ogden. I want to be able to have a better police reform, so less lethal force and stop this police brutality. Assassination is not the way to do it. I already lost my son. And I would really hate to see someone else lose his son and see another parent go through what I'm going. It's pretty tough. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hello, Alicia Washington. I live in Ogden. I own a business in Ogden, and I am an advocate for Ogden City. I am one of those unfortunate rare people, you could say, that after I graduated from Weber State University, I decided to make Ogden my home. I trust Ogden, I believe in Ogden, and I see a future in Ogden, but I also see people of color that don't have any power in Ogden, that aren't heard in Ogden. And we have had the opportunity to take something, police brutality, violence, however you want to phrase it, something that has been on a national scope agenda, and it's finally happened in Ogden. About 2.5, 3 years ago, when myself and 2 other women started the town hall conversations on race, it was in direct correlation and response to the national attention given to police brutality and people of color being murdered by the police and being beaten up, and people posting it on social media. And it was something that I knew would come to Ogden and was given some sort of weight and attended by some city council members and promoted by some universities. But it died out because I stopped believing in equal representation in a city that I love, because I stopped believing in power being able to talk to power and listen to those that don't have equal access to power. And it's happened on our streets now. We have a group of people hurting and crying just to be heard, to be listened to. We have a group of our police force that is vulnerable and wants to be listened to, but there's a gap and we are not feeling it. And it's going to continue to happen. And we need to find what that bridge is, because conversations like this, granted, they're all documented and it's fantastic, but where's the action? It happens within communities because marginalized groups of people don't feel comfortable and safe coming to those who have the power, coming to those who have the say, especially when it's not made of people that look like us, that look like groups of color, of people of color. So I strongly, strongly, strongly encourage you to continue this dialogue, to listen to the group of citizens that want to sit down and talk and start there. Because as much as this is a public agenda and a public event that's happening, you get to go home. You get to go home and put it aside until someone comes back up for the next public hearing. Let's be the Ogden that everyone loves to brag about. Let's be the Ogden that everyone loves to list about the top 10 cities that people want to move to. That's for a very specific group of people. But the group of people that I invite into my life and that I'm a community and a part of, we're not being listened to and honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ralph Price. I live at 636, number 77, 6th Street. First of all, I want to say something to the family and everything too. I also want to just say that one of the things that's been the strongest for me, being able to do the things that I'm trying to do, has been meeting people like Anna and having people like that in the forefront to be able to go ahead and be able to look and feel and see what they're doing and try to mimic that and go a little bit step below that. I'm talking about the people that are drug addict too much that they can't walk into YWCA. I'm talking about the people that are so much in diverse situations that just came here from Iowa or just came here from Ohio because companies have closed and they thought Utah would be a place that they could do something and Ogden be something else for them here that they could just find a place to do something in. A lot of those are minorities. One of the things that I was appalled about being able to see is that the diversity board here for Ogden City has a budget that's $5,000 for the year. $5,000. That's all the Mexicans, blacks, Puerto Ricans, everybody in this. Any information about governmental things, about things, issues that are going on, about this that's going on with the police and things like that now. The things I do. A lot of you know it. Luis, different ones. Ben's not here. Also, you, Mark, all different ones know what I try to do each and every day out here in the streets of this Ogden. I'm from Davis County originally, but my family started here in Ogden. And I'm very proud to be a Utah. And Ogden is where most of the minorities live. And I want you to know that if I can look and I can see that Ogden is not willing to be able to put the money that's needed to be able to have the minorities made aware of the situations that are going on, the celebrations that are going on, the art that is being performed and all this. They're putting $5,000, $500,000 into the arts thing and everything. Boy, what does that tell us, minorities? That really don't care. $5,000 is the budget for a full year for Miss Felix and them to go out and make people aware of color, of things. They're talking about Marshall White Center. Marshall White was an officer, celebrated officer, colored man that died, black, guys. I want you to know that one of the things we need to address in Ogden, you guys have been wonderful. I have come here. You guys have been receptive. You guys have given me strength. You've given me leads. You've done things. Mark, I'm just appreciative. But you know what? I'm banned from Weber Human Services because somebody over in the grandfather program thinks I'm there to find girls. Somebody over there that's a security guard thinks that I'm there to pick up my medications and to be able to have counseling. I keep trying to tell him, no, I'm just like the lady from JCC. I'm just like the guy upstairs that you're talking about, Eastman, that was supposed to talk to you and be able to tell you that I'm a man of color that's coming in here that's got a grassroots program that is outreach and that we're supporting others. We just took more things to JCCs and other programs. I'm just saying that people of color need to be recognized a little bit more with inside the structure of Ogden City.
Thank you, Ralph. So I don't know if there was anything, do we want to wait till the end to respond? So there was one question about the zoning. There's a couple things on there. If there's any response we want to make now or wait till later.
I would like to recommend that we make comments now because I think it's just appropriate after all these comments. If I don't, if everyone is okay with that,
Would you like to make any comments, Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. This is part of the community dialogue that we have, and I agree that we all have the similar goals, as I mentioned last time, and that we have a safe place to live and trust in one another. I would say that the police department is willing to listen. Over 40 policy changes have been implemented over there in the last 2.5 years. So we do talk to the community, understand what some of those needs are, and we're committed to addressing those. It's meant to move slowly by design. So we want to study the recommendations that have been given, look at best practices in other communities, and we've been doing that all along with the chiefs and the leadership in the police department, and we're committing to continue to do that. So I do appreciate you all being here. I'm certainly
feel for your loss. I feel for the policemen and women that were involved in that as well. I feel for everybody in the room. There's no great words I could make or orate to take all the emotion out of both sides of the room right now. We are committed to having community conversations. We started the Diversity Commission. We're learning how that works. We're making improvements with that. We'll continue to make improvements with that. And we do recognize all of the emotion in the room. I appreciate both sides being here. Appreciate that these guys have one of the hardest jobs in the world, and I appreciate what they do every day. And we look to support both groups that are here. And the conversation's been, as mentioned, emotional, difficult, but we're committed to doing that. And this is a good start. We've had a couple of weeks of that, and we'll continue to work on that. We've made strides, but things that have happened for decades don't get taken care of overnight, and we'll continue to make strides to be better and to work more and to be more inclusive. So I appreciated those comments, and you have our commitment to continue to work on that.
I'm not sure about the woman that was asking about the zoning issue. She was here last week too, and I'm not sure if
The fourplex that
yeah, that we responded to her in any way.
we reached out, and we're going to host a meeting with her to talk through that.
Yeah, I feel bad that we didn't talk about it last week. Did anybody else have any comments they'd like to make right now, or any response?
I have a few comments. So I reached out to, walked out and reached out to Officer Thomas since he mentioned my name about the comments that I made 2 weeks ago, where I mentioned that I sometimes that I don't feel safe in encounters with law enforcement. And what I wanted to say was that those comments weren't intended and weren't directed at OPD. They were not directed at the police, at the Ogden Police Department. I had a meeting with Chief Watt and Chief Young and Diana Lopez after that meeting, and we had a chance to talk at length about, among many other things, involving this incident, because I'm trying to do the best I can to be a liaison and to try to see if I can be of any service to heal what our community is going through. But that was one of the things that we talked about, and I mentioned that my comments were coming from a context, from a much broader context of just the story of my life. And if our separation of powers don't allow me to reach out directly to police officers, otherwise I would have done so to offer that opportunity to have a dialogue. So I wanted to I just wanted to offer that update. And I also wanted to say that also in that meeting 2 weeks ago, I was out of place by calling Mr. Johnson. And I was out of character by doing that. And I've had communications, email communications with him, and also one-on-one communications, and also with the mayor. And basically what I said is that it doesn't matter how passionate I am about the issues that I care for, our community, that I cannot be disrespectful. And I need to maintain a cordial relationship with my colleagues, and we can disagree and I can be forceful, but I cannot be disrespectful. And if I was disrespectful, I already offer an apology to Mr. Johnson, but I need to offer this public apology. So thank you. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. I've been on an apologizing tour for the last 2 weeks, and I also need to offer that same apology to my friend and colleague, Mr. Heyer, because I think he felt singled out by me also 2 weeks ago, and I went back and reviewed the video, and that wasn't my intent at all. We've had our conversation as well. So, but also for the record and in public, Rich, I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable with my approach. Thank you.
I do. I have a lot. I don't know how to coordinate them. And Councilmember Lopez, as you know, you and I are friends. Sometimes in emotions we say things that we didn't even intend to say. The message was misinterpreted, and I did not take any at heart. Yeah, man, I'm going. Yeah. I a lot of talk of racism and things of that nature, and I don't consider myself to be a racist. However, I have the life experience that I have, and that's all we, any of us have. And I've kind of felt like from some of the comments that the different sides of this issue want us to choose sides, and I think that would be wholly inappropriate for council members to choose sides on an issue. I do have an opinion about the video that I watched with regards to that incident, and there hasn't been any talk that I can recall about the non-compliance with lawful commands, and I quite frankly don't know how to deal with those kind of things. You know, it happens in a very fast way. Matter of fact, I think when you're there, 10 seconds probably seems like 2, and it's a difficult thing to do. But I do trust our system of investigation. I trust our police officers. I am wholly behind them. I sleep at night well because they're on the force. I appreciate the choice that they have made to be protectors for the citizens. We all have a ward or two, to use an example.
Something your dad would say.
Pardon?
Something your dad would say.
Yeah, something my dad would say. You know, we can always learn from mistakes or those things, and I am confident. We have spoken with the police chief, and he assures us that they always review these incidents for areas to improve. And as the mayor mentioned, there have been 40 changes in policy in how long? 2.5 years. 2.5 years, which gives me some confidence that they are indeed acting in the citizens' behalf. I don't want to do anything that would compromise their safety or security or their ability to go home to their families. I plead with people that are in a conflict with police to obey the lawful commands. That's the issue. As I see it. And I guess that's all I got to say.
Any other comments?
Shocking, but I do have something to say. I first off would like to thank everyone for coming here tonight and for the last couple weeks. Part of our job to sit on here is to listen to the community and to learn what the community needs, what the community wants. And I can say that this has been a very intense and educational past couple of weeks. So I do appreciate the communication that we've been able to have and receive. I do appreciate the manner in which those ideas and suggestions have been communicated. I appreciate the way that things have been discussed and brought forward. I also, like Councilmember Heyer, feel somewhat embarrassed when I hear talks of of racism or that our community is divided. That, to me, and I think a lot of people in our community feel that that is our community's greatest strength, is its diversity, is its ability to work together, and is its ability to draw from the strengths of others. And I hope that throughout this process, throughout every process, we can use those means to work together, because I know that's what I love about our city. I love the fact that my city's different than some other cities around us, and we get to work with amazing people, and I get to be friends and colleagues of amazing people, and I appreciate the experiences I've had with those people. I haven't offended Luis yet. He hasn't apologized to me, but I'll keep working. But I do appreciate the opportunities I have to work with each and every one of you and our community. And I do believe that those things that other communities look at as negatives or as drawbacks, I believe those are our community's greatest strengths. And I believe that those will be the things that help build our community back up. Things that are valuable and things that are worthwhile are never easy. And I don't think this is an easy issue either. But I do believe that we are taking the proper steps to listen and engage and to find ways that everyone feels valued, everyone feels like they have a piece of it or a part of it. And I do appreciate, like I said, I just want to thank everyone for coming, and thank everyone for being concerned. No one's here because they just have nothing else to do tonight. People are here because they're concerned about our community. And like I said, I love that about our community, and I appreciate that. And thank you.
Yeah, just real quick, a couple of things, and then just to tag on to Councilmember Blair, but you know, we don't understand, or I'm not going to speak for the rest of everyone. I don't understand all the marginalized groups that are here. But I think I do in a slight way. And I want you to know that within the last 2 weeks, I've probably talked to my council members more than I have talked to each and every one of them in the 6 years I've been sitting on this, in this chair. And I want you to know that I think, just also tagging on, that these are hard conversations and we don't know the answers. And so to listen to you, we go back, we talk, we try to figure out how to bring two communities together or two different groups together. And we talk a lot about that because we don't want that to happen. That is our greatest strength. We want you to be able to trust the officers, and the officers to be able to trust us. And so we don't want that to happen. And so I'm sure there's a lot smarter people in this room than I that can do that. But I think the first step, again, is, like Councilmember Blair just said, is to have these conversations and to get them out in the open and be honest. And that's the first step of trying to make progress. So to the family, there is change happening. It may not be the change that you want to see right away, but there is change happening because we're having these conversations to start with. So I appreciate everyone being in this room.
Chair, when everyone's done, I have one more that I forgot I'd like to add, please.
Go ahead, Louise.
It's related to offending Bart. I'm just kidding. No, just kidding. I just forgot. I wanted to mention that when this incident happened, I've had conversations and I met with Giovanni's family, and I spent a couple of hours talking with Juan. And I've had conversations with Mr. Johnson, with the mayor, with some of my council colleagues, with the chief of police, and with some of the some other members of the police department. And today I also called um, the person that made the call to report this incident because she is a part of this uh, incident. And I also spend some time speaking with her. So I'm doing the best I can to try to be of service and to try to use my my experiences and my background to try to help in bringing again uh, in trying to heal. I don't know that I know that I can't solve what's happening. That's like Marcia said, that's beyond my capacity. But I can offer my life experiences to try to help, and that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do, and that includes having, as also as Councilmember White said, having these conversations and beyond. And I've been having those conversations with my council colleagues and with people from the administration. Some strong conversations, and I've gone as far as taking uh, uh, Mr. Nadolski, who is not here today, on a trip to Mexico with me to have him experience my culture, to have him experience what it feels like to be in a place where you are a minority, to have him experience what it feels like. And he's gone through some changes. He's straight out has been open and transparent to me about some of the experiences that he's had and that he's felt. And here in our community, taking him to all the places that he normally doesn't visit. And I intend to do the same with whoever from the council, from my colleagues, wants to do the same. And I've met with police officers, not just this time, but in the past, many times, to try to offer opportunities to have these conversations. So um, there is an issue with these feelings of diversity and ethnicity and race. And that's part of my job and responsibility to help whoever from this side of the room who wants to be open-minded and hear about what these concerns and these issues are. That is my job. And that is what I offer my hand to do. And sometimes what I've heard in these conversations, in a very honest and vulnerable way, some people have come to me and say, I don't get it. I don't get what you're talking about. I don't get where you're coming from. What is this? Right? And so what I have to do is to continue to have those conversations. And that is all I can do. So I just wanted to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's late, so I think what we've done this evening is talked about the Constitution of the United States. We've exhibited that here today. We have the opportunity, living in this great country, to voice our opinion and our viewpoints. I think Councilman Lopez was correct, is that we need to know and feel what the other person is living. That's what I'm trying to do. It's been a great discussion. As Marcia indicated, there are at foot and have been changes being made, but it'll take time to do that. It's up to us sitting in this room to heal the community. That's our responsibility. It's go for it. We have to do that together.
Thank you. Well, I just have brief comments. Like we said, it's running a little late. I think many of the council members have really voiced a lot of things that I would have liked to say. I think that I just really want to ensure, Councilmember Lopez, that I don't believe it's only your responsibility to represent the entire community. That's a lot of burden to bear for one person to say that they hold the sole responsibility. And I don't think my other colleagues were saying that either. But I think when we are faced with many truths that are real, I mean, there are many truths that have been said tonight and over the weeks that are people's reality, as someone else said, and those truths can all exist at the same time and be real to those people. It's all of our responsibility to take that on, even though it's a really hard and challenging thing to take. And I really admire my colleagues for really pulling through in this situation to face this situation head on and think about what our role is in it and how we can move forward in a very productive way. I love having community dialogue. I appreciate so much everyone's input and time. We've spent a lot of time together. But with only words and no action, that would leave me feeling very hollow, and that will kind of devalue all of this talk and all of this time. People have really risked a lot to come and talk with us in all parts of the community, and I honor that. And so that's just what I want to say is I think we all need to take the responsibility to make some action happen, whatever that might be. We don't know what it might be yet, but to make sure that we continue to go down that track. And then there was people that made comments in between that maybe didn't always deal with this particular issue, and I want to make sure we acknowledge them. I think they've all left now, but thank you for coming with your questions and concerns about other issues as well.
Chair?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, but I just need to say one more thing.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize.
Should we start the timer? Yeah. Okay, I apologize.
Just one last thing, because as I heard all these comments, just, this is short, it's 1 minute or less. The sentiments from our people of color and minority groups, the reason why earlier I mentioned and I explained, I said my comments 2 weeks ago weren't directed at OPD, is in part is because these feelings that are being expressed here today, and that's why some of you feel frustrated and saying, "What are you talking about? I don't see that in Ogden." Well, some of it is happening in Ogden, but a lot of it is happening at the national level. Okay, and so these feelings of just frustration and desperation, of feeling oppression, it's happening at the national level, and that affects us in every area of our lives. Okay? And you know what? It affects me so much that in ways that are hard to describe right now. But these are the conversations that I look forward to having with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next thing on our agenda is public hearings, fiscal year 2020 budget amendment for the Trackline Bike Park.
Oh, don't all leave now. It's just getting fun.
That's what it said from Gary.
I see. To move everything out.
I thought that's what Gary said.
Hopefully
It's up to you. I mean, I don't care.
really fast.
Yeah, I just wanted to know
Because we have
what
the
we were doing.
strategic plan people for stuff. I think some of them left already.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't blame him.
Yeah. They'd probably have to get public learning.
Vice Chair Chaburka, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to come speak with you tonight concerning the Trackline Bike Park, which would be CIP PK 144. So me and the comptroller Lisa Stout will both be speaking to you tonight. The Trackline Bike Park, as you guys know, is located in West Ogden. It's adjacent to the Weber River, the Centennial Trail, and the Ogden Business Exchange. We are proposing to create in an area adjacent to the floodplain of the Weber River, right there, an area that would support biking recreation and also some skill development and events with mountain biking. These will be single track lines through that area. They'll include numerous features and obstacles, and also include some entryway kiosks and signage for that area. And as you can see, it's located just on the south side of the Weber River in an area of floodplain that is not suitable for buildings. So, and I think Lisa will talk to you about the funding side of it real quick.
Thank you. The bike park has a grant from the Utah Recreation organization, Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant of $124,775. The actions before you, there are two of them. One is to adopt PK 144, the Trackline Bike Park, into the fiscal year 20 CIP plan. And then additionally to fund the project in the total amount of $249,559. $124,775 has also already been appropriated in the adopted budget. This action will appropriate that funding to this project, and then also appropriate a match of $70,300 from another CIP that has funds that are not going to be used in the next year, and then $20,000 from the network, the Ogden Trails Network fundraising that they have done. We also have some obligation to use volunteer hours as match for this grant, and then the city does have some operating budget just under $4,000 that it will commit to this project as well. So the action before you that is simply to reappropriate the $124,775, move the $70,300 from the Trails Network, the Centennial Trails project, to the Trackline Bike Park project, and then to appropriate the trails funding, the fundraising that they've done of $20,000, and then the volunteer hours of $30,500. Any questions or concerns?
So that's the CIP project that it's coming out of, is that Centennial?
Yes, the Centennial Trail.
Is that going to come back at a later date?
There is no agreement, but the understanding is when the Swift building is sold, proceeds from the sale of that property will be transferred back to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to, let's see if I can, I'll just do this here. A couple other things with the bike park is some annual maintenance costs. So we expect that to be about $12,000. It'll be divided roughly into two categories. One is in weed and vegetation control in the area, and then the other one is to maintain the trails. So there'll be some structures, some of the dirt lines that the bike users will be riding on. So the anticipation, if this is funded, is that we'll go out for RFP, and we'll make a selection of a designer to come in and to be able to implement this trail system, which will be able to meet all the criteria in professionalism bidding in this realm of bike activity. And so if that's the case, we anticipate it being completed before May of 2020. Is there any questions? Yes.
Did you say we'll put it out for bid to find someone to come in and design it?
To design and build it, correct.
Well, I have a few biking friends because they're a lot more extreme than I am. But apparently there's a great one in Bentonville, Arkansas, and they said to use that as our.
Okay.
So
well, if they give us,
I guess they went through a similar thing, and and build it up.
So if they get that information, and we'll make sure that we send them that information so
I'll
they
pass
can
that along.
put a proposal in.
Awesome.
Thank you.
questions? Thank you. So if there's no more questions, we can take a motion.
This is a public hearing.
Oh,
Public hearing.
thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. Any public comment about that? Ms. Rao. I'll do this.
It's concerning this project, Ralph?
Pardon?
You're concerning this project?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Concerning this project, my
Okay.
name is Ralph Price, and I just see that here again, we're talking about matching funds. We're talking about taking funds out of some place that's already there. This bike track thing, I don't know how many minorities are going to use it, but I think it's going to be very few. I think that one of the things that is being forgotten on this budgetary thing that's going on is that to entice for the city to become more diverse, we've got to go ahead and do things that Black people, Mexicans, Chinese, and other people have culturally within inside of our nature to do. I'm not a bike person. Even when I had 2 legs, I'm not a mountain bike person. You know, I don't know too many Blacks that are. I don't know too many Hispanics that are. I don't know too many Vietnamese that are. And this is a white-oriented thing. I'm just talking about $70,000 you're going to be matching, pulling funds out of here, pulling funds out of there to put this bike park together. It's already going to be completed by May of 2020. Okay, so we got 8 months, and it's going to be done. I'm just saying, maybe in just a few weeks' time, we can try to look at something that maybe the minority community, some type of recreational thing that would enhance us. It would enhance the livelihood of the minority communities within inside Ogden. Well, and then another thing is you're all of a sudden finding funds to be able to do a bike park. What about Marshall White Center? The basketball courts there, we love to use there. There's old people that would love to use those swimming pools. What about putting some money into that? It's a difference. You can find all of a sudden $120,000 to match funds that's for this grant that's being given, so you can do a bike park that hardly any people that we're talking about in the diverse committee or the minority community would use. But it's always back shoulder, back shoulder, back shoulder for the Marshall White Center. You know, a decorated officer, basketball courts, swimming pools, different things like that, study thing for kids. Different things like that. But it is one of the things that is plaque right in front of the minority community. There's tennis courts there. There's things that could be upgraded there. Instead of putting $720,000 matching that you found the money all of a sudden, that you can put a bike park up there, find the money for Marshall White. Find the money to do something for minorities within inside of Ogden City too. Find the money to do something for those people that are coming out of alcohol and drugs. People coming out of prisons, coming out of jails. Where the judges are willing to give them a chance again. Find money to be able to go have them to be able to stand up and be able to feel some of that humanity that these people are from the hill up here on the east side are going to come down and bike on the west side now. You know, I'm just saying that I'm all for you having your bike parks, but just include us too. Fix our building. Fix some of the things that we do. All right.
Thank you. Any comments?
I would hope that this project would not exclude the minorities. I think they can enjoy the facility just as much as anyone. This would be welcoming to everyone, and it would greatly enhance our community for the opportunities in this area. And so I would suspect that we would welcome everyone to use this facility.
Is there any more comments from the audience?
Any more comments?
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Second, a motion by Councilmember Heyer and second by Councilmember Blair to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great.
Chair, I have a quick comment regarding this item.
Yes.
Just related to the comments right now from Mr. Price and related to your comments, Mr. Stevens. The issue that Mr. Price raised and brought up, I have also brought up before, and that's part of these conversations that I've been having with Mr. Johnson, and we are talking seriously about addressing the concerns that you raised, and I feel that there is that there is genuine desire to address the issue. And I'm talking about a conversation that we just had last week. So I agree with the mayor earlier when he said the nature of the way our government works, for whatever odd reason, is designed to work slow, and it sucks. It really does. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm doing the best I can to work on that as well. Thank you.
Ready for motion?
I'm ready.
And I would make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2019-39.
I have a motion
Second.
by Councilmember Heyer, second by Councilmember Blair, for the proposed ordinance. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Heyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens,
Aye.
Councilmember White,
Aye.
Councilmember Blair,
Aye.
Acting Chair Chaburka.
Aye. That passes. So would anybody like to propose a motion for the next item?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2019-40.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Heyer and a second by Councilmember Blair for the proposed ordinance 2019-40. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens,
Aye.
Councilmember White,
No.
Councilmember Blair,
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer,
Aye.
Acting Chair Chaburka.
Aye. And that passes. Would you like to make a comment?
I would, and it's not because I'm against this project. I just want to, we have set CIP projects. Centennial Trail is one. We don't know how we're going to fund it in the future. And I just think that we just have to be very careful when we use those funds. I understand that the grant is specifically for the trail. I understand that it was the right thing to do. I just want you to know that we have to be very careful when we look at these kinds of projects and whether that was the right capital improvement project to take it out of, since we don't know where it's going. So that was all. I still like the project, everyone over there.
Thank you.
And back there, wherever Justin went to.
Our audience is dwindling. And now we have next the 5-year strategic plan. We really appreciate those of you that have stuck it out for this item of new business. It's probably a little later than you guessed it might be. We have Mackie Smith here.
However, Neil is very used to this.
Yeah.
Or maybe not so much.
Thank you all so much for the opportunity to present again. I know we went more in detail last week, but now is a more high-level overview of the strategic plan that we discussed last week to give it up to you for decision on adopting that plan. And thank you all for those that made comments and care to stay around and listen to this. It really means a lot, and it's a reflection of this process. Real quickly, we did have 7 members here at the beginning of the meeting, but unfortunately due to scheduling, understandably so. And so still in the room we have Neil Gardner and Reverend Monica Hall, but then these 9 individuals across the community helped lead and spearhead the community outreach that was conducted. That community outreach was as expansive and exhaustive of a process as I've done in any city I've done a strategic plan with. We conducted 15 community dialogue sessions, focus groups in various parts of town, and then we also had some open public town halls that the entire community was invited to. We had surveys, over 2,000 is the most expansive survey response from the community that the city of Ogden has ever had. And then we also approached 50 organizations throughout Ogden to distribute surveys to their mailing lists, to get their whether it's a business, get their employees involved or getting teachers involved, et cetera. We really wanted to leave no stone unturned in community engagement. And so the strategic planning priorities that we're going to identify in this presentation reflects directly the feedback that was given in this strategic plan. There are some things that were mentioned today that some citizens might have voiced a desire for, but due to limited resources, we've only listed those things that were major priorities as identified by the community outreach. And then the strategic plan itself was built together to reflect this outreach. we helped facilitate as consultants, but then our strategic planning advisory committee really were the spearhead on building the plan to make sure that it wasn't this backroom, bureaucratic experience, or to make sure that there was no perception that it was that we went to the community, we wanted to listen, and then now behind closed doors we're going to ignore it. It really was members of the community interpreting their feedback from their neighbors. And so I'll just jump right into it. For Ogden's primary directive, this is the quality of life that Ogden can strive for. And over these next 5 years, it was to leverage our unique location, outdoor recreation, diverse population, and rich history to offer residents, businesses, and guests the vibrant community that leads people to call Ogden home. It's Ogden for all Ogdenians. Is that a word? Ogdenites. Okay, I'm learning. I'm wearing the pin, but I'm not officially a Ogdenan yet. I want to be though. And so for our first strategic directive, it was economic development. And so while what I'm going to present doesn't reflect all initiatives that are listed on the strategic plan, we're going to highlight some of the key initiatives that are going to be real driving forces for success in these strategic directive areas. And strategic directives are really the pillars that are going to drive success of bringing about that quality of life for everyone in Ogden. So that first one is economic development, and we've highlighted economic development and specifically housing. As we reached out to the community, there were a lot of comments regarding attracting new businesses and also growing existing businesses. So leveraging the economic development plan that the city already has in place, it's continuing to do that to recruit new businesses, both of large size and of small. Whether it's a mom and pop shop, how to help them be successful, as well as bringing in a big business that can really drive economic growth in the city. It's also expanding the Quality Neighborhoods program. I love hearing earlier about homelessness, but also housing affordability and quality of housing. That was a key trend that was identified in our strategic planning outreach. And what we identified was that the city allocates funds towards the Quality Neighborhoods program, and we recommend expanding that to continue to help move that needle on housing. An interesting takeaway that we had in our research was there's a lot of median income families that rent more apartments that are designed more for lower income families. By continuing the Quality Neighborhoods program, those median income families can move into these new available housing units, opening up spots for families that are below median income. And so that's something that is within the city's power to potentially move that needle, as opposed to some of these more macro statewide challenges regarding housing. And then lastly, it's revitalize West Ogden and focus on key development along the 12th Street corridor, making sure that Ogden can grow for all people. Success metrics for that are job growth, increased GDP, additional housing options, and all of these metrics are, in our conversations with Mayor Caldwell, Mark Johnson, and staff, are metrics that the city's actively tracking and can be able to report on how are we doing, how are we doing when we started this process, and how are we doing for the next 5 years. As far as community safety, this is obviously today it's a very sensitive topic, understandably so. What we noticed is, for what citizens would like, where they would like the city to focus future resources, this was the highest rated response. But specifically, it was not only public safety, but improvements to roads and sidewalks. So public safety in the plan is viewed very much through a lens of pedestrian safety. It's improving pedestrian safety and walkability, increasing street lights and sidewalks so that citizens can feel safe walking their neighborhoods in any hour of the day. It's also securing sustainable funding resources for infrastructure maintenance, establishing that funding channel to make sure that maintenance can be kept up, and then also addressing local challenges with homelessness. I'm really grateful that today we had an organization talk about what they're working on to address homelessness in Ogden. And in our conversations with Chief Watt and with other stakeholders, the approaches to homelessness versus vagrancy are fundamentally different. We want to be able to help people that are homeless, that want to get out of that predicament, by connecting them to local organizations and nonprofits. And then it's leveraging existing code for those people that wouldn't be considered homeless, but more considered aggressive vagrants, which would be something like panhandling and public disruptive behavior. Success metrics for that include the pavement condition index, more streetlights in operation, as well as decrease in those publicly disruptive behaviors. Our third strategic pillar was recreation. Often when we look at a strategic plan, we talk only about what we want to fix, and we ignore what great things the city is already doing that we want to magnify and improve on. And I'm very grateful to our friend who spoke on. I want to address your comment in
Ralph.
a second on this.
Ralph.
Mackie, nice to meet you. Mackie Smith. I don't know if I actually introduced myself at the beginning, which is protocol, but. So for key initiatives, it's continuing the partnership with Ogden School District to open up more facilities for public access. There's a lot of feedback regarding access both for adult recreation and youth recreation. So by increasing those opportunities, it's both city-sponsored and third-party. Our conversation last week was really robust around the topic of soccer and making sure the Hispanic community can feel included on those kinds of activities. So that's one area of how do we address making adult league opportunities more available. And then lastly, it's maintaining trails and improving trailheads, something that citizens love and they want to keep improving on that path. And so utilization of these amenities will be a metric of success. Participation rates for both adult and youth rec leagues, and then also park cleanliness. Are people actively, are they taking that stewardship of maintaining what they're using? And that's reflected in some of the other initiatives that are included in our plan. And lastly, how am I on time? Are we good? Okay. I want to be respectful of the long night that you all had.
10 seconds.
Okay. If I could have Reverend Hall and Neil, if you two want to join me for this last one, would that be all right? I know I just threw that at you. I don't think, but do you want to talk a little bit about it's more the the one on the right?
Sure, I'll tell you what I told you last week, or I think it was last week. It's been a long day. I think that working with the city, we came up with staying with Still Untamed. But as I thought about this week about our image and reputation, I kept thinking about what it is that we can use that's still untamed to harness an effective policy for our city when it comes to keeping our image and upholding our reputation. And it seemed like the last couple of weeks have been good for us to actually think about what that means to hang on to that brand and dig in deeper and hang on to it and let it define like that we don't have to be bound by any there's laws, of course, but I mean, like, we can sorry about that, but we can use some of the things, our creativity in this community to make it a better place. The surveys want visualization when you come into the city. 24th Street, 12th Street. They would like for there to be something good coming off the freeway to say, hey, look who's here. And however you want to do that, how downtown looks, plants, etc. And then we do think that making all of our publications for sure, especially from the government to the community, bilingual is it's more than necessary. It's essential. Our diversity is at 30% of Spanish-speaking residents, and so that is, even if there were 10, we should still be bilingual, but it's time for us to do that. So we'll measure that by looking at, we'll look and see how it all happens in 6 months when we review this, but listening to this last couple of weeks, this policing survey, we'll talked about that some more, I guess, like in the sense of how you feel about it and what you're going to do as a committee. That wasn't necessarily part of totally of what we're doing, but it seems like it could be. And then our entrances and inclusion are part of measuring our success. Sorry, Neil, I totally took that. Sorry.
It's late.
She's a rock star, so she did all of it last week, so it just kind of was like, I want to give it to you. But in conclusion, Neil, did you want to talk about this? Okay, cool. Just want to be inclusive. How do we keep the momentum going forward? Now, we're going to talk about a couple of ideas. In no way do we want to subscribe and tell you this is what you have to do, but here's what we've seen in other cities that's worked that you might be able to model and adapt to the situation in Ogden. One is the city council will review, and we are cross our fingers that you will adopt the strategic plan. Staff will execute and implement the plan. It's on their shoulders that the success of this plan can come to fruition. And then the Strategic Planning Advisory Committee, or SPAC, may conduct semi-annual or a frequency determined by the city statuses with staff. It can be in the form of an hour meeting of, here's where we are with each initiative. Either it's in progress, it's delayed because X, Y, and Z, or check, we've done it already. We've completed that step. And then the advisory committee can serve as a liaison to then report back to the city council on how the plan is being implemented. And then they can serve also as spokespeople to the community at large because they're just members of the community. This isn't an official legally binding board that they're on, and they're just volunteer citizens who can then report back to the community on, we've been able to meet with the city, here's where we're doing well, here's where we're not doing as well as we'd like to, but the city's aware and they're going to address that moving forward. It's just keeping the transparency and building that trust. And then we invite you to continue to conduct annual goal setting between council and administration to check, hey, if we've gotten enough of the strategic plan implemented, let's move that to good job, and let's add a couple things onto the list, and let's keep going. Let's keep that momentum going. And so I'll try and hold back my emotion. I really love the city of Ogden. I'm from Burbank, California, and Ogden reminds me so much of my hometown. I don't know, I actually know why, but it's just, I'm so surprised that I'm in Utah and I feel like I'm back home in
You
LA.
might as well just move back.
I know, I do want to move here, but I gotta, figure. Oh, we don't need to dive into my personal life, but I'll this is a goal. But
If you want to request to be on the agenda next time,
okay.
entertain discussing that. But
I'll come back for public comments and But it's been such a pleasure. You have just a great community that was willing to voice their concerns, their hopes, their dreams, things that they're frustrated with, and things that they're really happy with. And I've never seen a council that's as high functioning as this council. And I'm not just saying that to blow smoke or because
Checks in the mail.
you hired me, but it's really it's been really nice to see the healthy level of transparency and communication that you all have with one another. And so I just it's been an honor, and I'm excited to hopefully get involved from a volunteer capacity to whatever format is appropriate. And any closing thoughts? But I don't know if
I
I'll
have
just
one.
close it at that.
Please, yeah.
Yep.
Mackie, I was on the committee that interviewed the people that responded to the RFP. And as you and Dan came in to make your presentation, I'd like to say it wasn't as good as everybody else's, but your passion was better. But your presentation was good too.
Oh, yay.
Wait a minute.
But I think we made a right choice because it has been evident that the extra hours you spent on trying to make sure that this was a gold star product. Appreciate the committee members that have come and all the hours that you spent in public input gathering and discussing the things you've heard and putting together this product. Ogden is the richer for the efforts that you've put forward, and I've got a couple of ideas that we ought to talk about going forward, but I just want to make sure you knew how much that I appreciate what you've done. Because I also am a lifelong Ogdenite. I've never seen a reason to move, don't see a reason to move. I'm staying. My roots are really deep. So I'm highly invested in making sure that Ogden is a great place.
Thank you.
And this is helping. Thank you.
That means a lot.
I just have a quick comment. So I wore my blue suit for you tonight, Mackie.
I know.
was
I
really
forgot
very
to wear
disappointed.
mine.
I just want to say that I hope we don't just put this on the shelf. I think a lot of times strategic plans do get just put on shelves, and I think they've given us really, really good metrics that we can measure going forward. And going forward, I'd like to try to figure out how to match what they've said to some financial goals, to maybe CIP projects and those kind of things. And I know we have a strategy session next week. Maybe we could put that as a part of the agenda to talk about how do we move this forward, because what they came up with is pretty amazing. So I know I've been pushing it for a long time, so thank you very much.
And with what Councilmember White just said, our committee, one of the real goals was to listen to the citizens. So when we say this is a recommendation from the SPAC committee, it's really a recommendation from the citizens of Ogden.
Thanks.
We truly did our best to reach out to every group we could, different cultures, English and Spanish, different groups, even youth, and things that were said tonight by citizens are representative in some of the comments that you'll read in this SPAC report. So it really should not sit on the shelf. It's because it's what the citizens want. Thank you.
Can I make one additional comment? I gave some praise to the council. I also want to thank the administration as well, because it's not easy to turn over the keys and go, okay, build the strategic plan, because usually from an operational standpoint, management likes to do that. That's totally understandable, but that just shows a lot of humility as public servants to turn that over to the community and to give them that opportunity to give feedback. So a lot of cities don't do it because they're worried about that result, and so I just want to also say thank you as well. I didn't want to just praise the council. It's everyone that's seated up here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. We might want to, do we want to do a motion and then we can have a little celebration?
I understand that.
Well, let me throw something out. This is what I was kind of alluding to. Since we are having a strategy session next week, there are a few T's to cross and I's to dot that I think with regards to this that would be, I'd kind of like to discuss before we pass this. And I think since we have our strategy session next week, I mean, that's close. I also would like to recommend that we look into a way to seat this committee as an advisory committee to the council on the strategic plan, to participate in the other things when we have public outreach into different areas, and we do that from time to time, that they should be a part of that, and to make that one of the committees that we get advice from. And so that's partly why I'd like to see us kind of postpone it for 2 weeks.
Maybe
so we can talk about it
maybe
next
that
week.
would be an item that we could discuss at
Right.
that session.
Yes,
I don't think this evening we'd have an opportunity to
I'm
discuss
sorry,
that.
Rich, I missed your primary reason for discussing it.
postponing?
Right, so we
Yeah,
can discuss it
I
in
mean,
the study session.
There are some things that I think need some discussion and maybe a little finer point put on them.
What, do you have an example? Or
Yeah.
like a community?
One, the expanding of the quality of neighborhood. I think we probably ought to talk about what that really means.
Well, could we pass it and then bring back a resolution to it?
Maybe, but nothing's gonna happen between now and next week.
Are you saying that in the conversations that we have, then if we feel that we want to make a couple changes or additions, that we do that before we pass it? And
Yeah.
Okay, I see
That's my
that.
thinking.
My only concern is that how do we discuss a plan that we haven't all agreed upon doing? So it's a little bit of the opposite in a way. It's like we had the work session, we had time for feedback on it, it was submitted, and then
Maybe it's the mechanics, and maybe we ought to defer to Ms. Eller-Smith, see if she's got an idea.
I hadn't
maybe
finished
how
my
that-
point.
you know?
Can I finish my point?
Oh, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's
Sorry
okay.
to
It's getting
interrupt.
late. No, it's getting late. But that's sort of my thinking, is that if we haven't all passed it and sort of passed the resolution, then it makes us hard to make decisions about it moving forward as well. But maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way.
Well, what we had planned for next week is that we would assume that you had adopted, and then so Laura and Fred are going to be there.
Okay.
And we've invited the directors to be there so you can discuss about implementation of the plan. So if there's issues with what's in the plan, then I guess we can still talk about some things next week. It would be a different discussion than what we had planned.
But it would be set.
Yeah, I'm not married to the idea. I just thought that there might be some opportunity to tweak it and make it. But you know what? We can do that after, I suppose.
Sure. And
So.
Well, I don't feel like I don't personally think we can tweak it, only because I haven't been intimately involved in it. So I don't know I think they're bringing forward the plan of what they were doing, so trusting them. So.
I actually think that ultimately, Rich, even if we adopt the plan, if we want to make any additions down the road, I don't see why we couldn't do that.
You're probably right. You know, with some greater thought to this, I think it's, you know, we can make those changes as is necessary, especially if we haven't really talked about an implementation plan, and maybe that's really what I'm kind of concerned about.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I was
So,
thinking about it. And
yeah.
I think that it's possible that this plan is in place, and I would assume this plan's in place, but then we also can do many other things to address housing as well.
Yeah.
We can't, it's not gonna limit us only to do quality housing.
At least it would be the foundation of what we're gonna talk about.
Right. With regards to the other point, though, is that something we were planning to talk about next week with seating the advisory
Yeah,
committee?
we certainly can do that.
Okay. 'Cause I think that would be well.
I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
Seating the advisory committee as an advisory committee going forward. And so this is not their last hurrah. This is the beginning of the work. Well, the other work.
See what they agreed to sign
Not
it.
have
Right.
signed up for that.
Beginning of the race.
Yeah.
Does that feel okay? I mean,
Yeah, that works for me.
either way.
Yep.
Are we, we're not doing public input on this? No?
Not on this
We had some last week.
Oh, last
Yeah,
week.
we had the work
Okay.
session, yeah.
Okay.
Ready for a motion then?
All discussion's done, yes?
Okay, then I would like to make a motion that we adopt joint resolution 2019-2.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Heyer and second by Councilmember White to pass the proposed joint resolution of 2019-2, and this is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Stevens,
Aye.
Councilmember White,
Aye.
Councilmember Blair,
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Acting Chair Chaburka.
Aye, and that passes. Just making me laugh because it's so hard to say. And so congratulations, it passed. Now we're going to have a celebration and pass out gifts and do pictures.
Wish we had a plaque.
Yeah, we have a small gift for you.
Are you gonna stand up?
Yeah.
They're gonna look back in 20
Gifts, they
years.
can look very professional. You want those instead? They're a little bit different. You can choose which pen you want. This pen or thank you. Yeah, take whichever one you want. Yeah, you can choose whichever one you want.
Thanks so much for
Yeah,
sticking
choose
around.
which one you might like.
Monica.
Yeah, she's got that one. She chose that one.
That's what you wanted, huh?
Yeah. We can give you a pen too, definitely.
Neil's already got her.
And we appreciate so much your service. I mean, I apologize that everybody else had to leave.
Oh, no, it's understandable.
Yeah.
It's, your work never ends. So. We
They
should turn around
probably
and
love a
mention it.
gift card from this council.
For Ogden City, yeah.
We're taking a
Take a
picture, Brandon?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Wish the other ones
Yeah.
could have stayed.
It's only 2 hours.
I know.
Really?
I know.
Yeah.
Want to get you centered.
Should I?
You're pretty
Should I?
tall.
I'll be on the edge.
Go on this side.
Go on that side. Go on that side.
No, you're good. They'll find a window.
Yeah, we'll find a window.
Can you get a little closer to Neil, actually? No, that works. We're good. Yeah, everybody can see. Okay. Here. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's better. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that should be good.
Thank you so much.
It was great.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Ogdonian.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll make sure to get those to everybody.
Appreciate it.
Oh.
Okay.
We have some houses in my neighborhood.
Do you care if I just stand here for a
I
while?
don't mind. Can we take a very short recess after we adjourn?
Yeah,
Because I have to go to the ladies. Just 3 minutes.
I'd rather you just go.
Do you have to
Start the meeting and go.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, great. So we already did comments. Do we want to do any additional comments, or we all commented out? Mayor, would you like to make any additional comments? Anybody else have additional comments?
Maybe. I
I think we're all distracted.
My comments earlier, I fear were more one-sided than I intended them to be.
One side?
Yeah, as I said 2 weeks ago, I really do feel some emotion, and my condolences and heart goes out to that family. And I cannot empathize. I have no way to even connect with how bad that would feel. And certainly, if you have that, you really want to kind of reach out and try and make some changes. But and I wanted to make sure that I topped my comments off with those feelings of I regret the situation that's happened. I think everyone does. But I still don't know what to change at this point that would have really made a difference.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Weaver State by 14.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay.
You got that, Brandon? Okay. He just calls it. He just calls it each week. Yeah, no, he just calls it.
Oh, he
There's no
doesn't
betting.
This isn't your first meeting, is it, man? We count on
Just
Doug.
calling it. It's for Doug's Twitter page. Yeah, I just really appreciate everybody sticking it out, and we have the fact-finding work session coming up. So would anybody like to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
A second.
All right, adjourned. Thank you. So we, oh, thank you.
All in favor?
Okay, good. It's
You have to
okay.
vote.
Okay,
She didn't take a vote.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I just assumed I knew everybody's answer, sorry. So are we ready to, I don't know if we're recording these or what.
I think we're getting the coffee pot in here now.
I just really have to, because we decided we can't podcast.
Leave.
Yeah.
Okay, we are ready. Yeah, welcome to the 7 o'clock, well, the 9 p.m. fact-finding work session of the City Council, September 10th, 2019. Where we really appreciate those of you that are here to speak, staying with us for this long. We're really looking forward to this discussion. And so we're going to start with the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, and that is
Chair, I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought you were done with your sentence.
Oh.
Is there any way to take like a 2-minute break?
Well, Councilmember Blair was suggesting if you needed to have a few minutes of relief, just to go do it after we start, but if you'd like to motion.
I like to make a motion to take a 3-minute recess.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez.
It's your discretion. You don't need a
Yeah.
motion.
Okay, you don't need a motion.
Okay, let's recess, because I also have to do that. I apologize.
I know. I feel bad. I know you're looking at me like.
When I have strong words and I say strong things, in the same way when I make mistakes.
I have to tell you a funny story when you said.
I'm an apology tour.
We got really good. So we had a problem. I said, you're bringing me down here. gives me that now. TSA goes, okay, we won't find you. It's golden. I got the golden. It goes along. So it reminded me. I was thinking. We know what that's like, man. We did it. We did it with Weaver State. Yeah, a little bit. We did it with Weaver State. We did it with school district. We did it with the county. We did it with UDOT, ETA.
I have it on my bed. I have to grab it on my way out of the. I gotta come and bring this stuff back. I'll bring it back. This isn't. You don't get the crease in the back of your head. I know. Look at that one going there. I was sitting on two doorways earlier today. Crease in the. I gotta keep hair the rest of my life. Sometimes that's not option, or sometimes that's, you know. Let's get. We get the message. Don't do breakfast. No. Sunday said you're not available in the morning.
Okay, let's get this party started.
Get the show, dog and pony show on the road.
Now you're all boisterous because you're not able to go potty.
Yes, I feel better. Mm-hmm.
You turn it back on, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Uh-huh. It's always on.
I think you'll have a much more attentive crowd now.
Thank you.
That gets a little distracting.
It's
Thank
not
you.
always on, huh?
And I apologize. I said that Ward was doing the presentation.
That's okay. Are we?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now,
Let's go ahead and start. I think he'll be okay with that.
Okay.
He was jealous of my plate.
Wait.
Good to go. Welcome. So I think we'll go ahead and get started. Everyone's present. Councilmember Lopez has stepped away for just a moment, but he'll be right back. Would you like to start the presentation? Awesome.
Are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Fuentes, Senior Project Coordinator for the Community Development Division. Thank you for your time today to review the data for the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. HUD requires grantee communities to affirmatively further fair housing. That is the regulation. HUD also provides the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice as a means to fulfill that regulation. So the affirmatively furthering fair housing is the regulation. The analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, which we call the AI, is how we meet that requirement. HUD's definition of impediments to fair housing choice: any actions, omissions, or decisions taken because of one's membership in a protected class which restrict housing choices or the availability of housing choices, and any actions, omissions, or decisions which have the effect of restricting housing choices or the availability of housing choices on the basis of one's membership in a protected class. So in other words,
is anybody not in a protected class?
that is beautiful. Who has, no, everyone is protected. Who has fair housing rights? Everyone does. The federally protected classes are race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, and familial status. So now we'll look at some data to help in understanding fair housing issues. So incomes are not keeping up with the cost of housing. If we look at median household income in 2000 compared to 2017, in 17 years, incomes increased by 44%. In the same time period, median single-family home sales price increased by 69% in that same time period. This is a quote from Jim Wood's group, the Kem Gardner Policy Institute at the University of Utah Research Brief. Since 2010, Utah has led the country in employment and demographic growth. This growth has produced exceptionally strong demand for housing, which in turn has put upward pressure on housing prices, which we can definitely see here. This is information that is provided by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition. They update this every year. So in Ogden, for a person to afford a 2-bedroom rental unit at fair market rate, they would have to earn $17.50 an hour. The minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. So a person earning minimum wage would have to work 97 hours a week to be able to afford a 2-bedroom rental unit at fair market rent. That's 2.4 full-time jobs per year, per week. So that is information provided each year by the coalition.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So the 1750, you're talking about a single individual?
Right, or it could be a household, but combined, they'd have to earn $17.50 an hour.
That was my question. So if you had a couple,
Two people. Mm-hmm.
They both combined, they have to make that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And just to add on, since we're interrupting like crazy, if you notice, it's like $36,400 annually, and the median income in Ogden is $42,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this map is produced by HUD. It's racially concentrated areas of poverty. And I'm going to zoom in on that. A racially concentrated area of poverty has at least 50% more minority population and a poverty rate of 40% or greater. So we're looking at in Ogden between Harrison and Adams, 28th to 30th, and extending down Sullivan, and Adams to Pacific Avenue from 27th to 36th Street. So that is identified by HUD as a racially concentrated area of poverty. We look over time, HUD has recently provided us these maps that they are quite new to our ability to access them. So in the first map on the left is the 2010 census data showing 5 racially concentrated areas of poverty in Ogden. There's 5 different census tracts. The middle map was produced by Jim Wood's group. They published the Weber County Regional Analysis of Impediment to Fair Housing in May of 2014. He's using 2007 to 2011 data, and he shows 4 racially concentrated areas of poverty. And then in November of 2017, HUD updated their map with 2009 to 2013 census data, and they identified 3 racially concentrated areas of poverty. So it does illustrate that we are moving in a forward direction. It looks like communities are moving out of poverty. So
Can you give us some sense of what streets those are? I'm trying to guess. Yeah, I'm thinking that's Harrison. Okay, yeah, from the other map. Okay.
did you want to go back to the other map? Or?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Now I'm getting it.
Okay, HUD also provides information on housing problems. So as HUD defined by HUD, the 4 housing problems are incomplete kitchen facilities, incomplete plumbing facilities, more than 1 person per room, and a cost burden greater than 30% of income. And Janine spoke about that last week. A cost burden is a household that pays more than 30% of their income towards rent and utilities. So if they're paying more than 30% of their income, they are cost burden. And an extreme cost burden, HUD would consider one of the 4 elements, but the cost burden would be 50% of their income. So if they're paying 50% of their income to rent utilities, they would have an extreme cost burden. So in this, so the three are racially concentrated areas of poverty are also the areas that have high housing problems. So so this map shows the percentage of households that have any of the 4 housing problems. And it's by census tract. You can see the percentages are high in the racially concentrated area of poverty. And there are some other census tracts that exceed 40% of the population having one of the housing problems, of the 4 housing problems.
So these would have any of the 4?
Right.
Not all 4?
Right,
any one of the 4.
any one of the 4. Okay, this is data from the Utah Anti-Discrimination and Labor Division. The UALD receives complaints, and they actually are given funds from HUD to represent HUD. So HUD actually does not have a fair housing office in Utah. They actually grant money to the Utah Anti-Labor Discrimination and Labor Division and empower them to handle fair housing lawsuits. So they will actually prosecute on behalf of HUD. So you can see a wide variety of complaints. This is over a 5-year period, so there were 22 complaints filed. Disability is by far the highest reason for a complaint. Usually it is landlords refusing to give reasonable accommodations to someone with a disability. That is the most common complaint. And there were several different actions that were taken by the UALD.
So the Hispanic group is not included in this?
It does not appear so, the basis of complaints. So this is the information how it was received. So there was not a lot of background information, and I actually had to do a grandma request to get this data, and it was not a lot of data, but this is the basics of what they sent.
What is required of a landlord?
A reasonable accommodation is if a person with a disability needs a wheelchair ramp, a landlord, they can make a request for what is considered a reasonable accommodation. The person requesting the reasonable accommodation has to pay for the modifications to the building, but by law, the landlord is required to consider that to allow in most situations.
10 of those complaints then, huh?
Pardon me?
There was 10 of those. People
Yes.
said, nope, you're
Well,
not doing that, huh?
actually, the most common complaint is service animals. Landlords refusing service animals. That is the biggest contention between landlords and persons with disability. That comes up quite often.
Service animals or comfort animals, or is it the same thing?
Service animals. And so a reasonable accommodation is to allow a person with a disability to have a service animal. That they go through the same process to request from a landlord a reasonable accommodation. And a lot of times landlords refuse, or have issues with that, and they can file a complaint then.
Does a landlord, I guess, I guess they have the opportunity to say, prove you need one,
Right,
right?
right. And all they need is a physician's note to, saying that they need a service animal, and that is part of where the problem lies, is that a lot of people abuse that and get their therapist or somebody to write a note, and then they give it to their landlord. And yeah, it is a big issue, and it's a tough one because it does require a lot of consideration on both part. But because there's so much abuse, that it does become a difficult issue
Does
to.
any animal qualify to be a service animal too?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, those are the things I've heard from people,
Yeah.
is that, and I just don't know the answer, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of abuse, which makes it really hard to determine, is this an appropriate, reasonable accommodation?
So apparently they did meet the requirement, and still the landlord didn't.
So at this point, these are the basis of the complaint. So someone went through a whole process, because there's a whole process they go through to file the complaint, and then they mitigate it, and they meet with both parties, and they try everything possible to resolve it before getting to a complaint process. And once it goes to legal, then yeah, it's usually gone through every possibility to resolve.
All right, thank you.
These are calls received by the Disability Law Center. The Disability Law Center is in Salt Lake City, and they are also funded by HUD to advocate for any of the protected classes. Although they specialize in disability, anyone who has a fair housing complaint can go to the DLC and get advocacy. And they also do the same type of, the services they provide are right there. So they did not provide the basis for the call complaint, but you can see there are 93 whites. That probably represents white people with disabilities, or familial status, a family with 6 kids, or whatever, which is a protected class. So we really don't know what the basis of the complaints were here. But these are a lot of, the DLC takes a lot of the calls, just questions and wanting help, is this right or not? And so they're there to do the legwork, and then if they cannot resolve it, it can go to the UALD, which will prosecute if necessary. So the DLC also does testing, and so they will call landlords. They will have possibly a white male call asking about a rental unit, and then they'll have a Hispanic call, or they'll have a single mother call, and they have a strict protocol and dialogue that they say, and they test to see if they can determine any discrimination. They'll also do, they will also go to the apartments and also do that type of testing. And you can see here, it's very hard for them to, the inconclusive usually means that the tester, the person who is going to the apartment, didn't follow the exact protocol that they were supposed to follow. So they can't make a conclusive decision. So the DLC is very helpful in helping to identify. So there was some signs of discrimination in source of income, which is not a federally protected class, but it's a Utah protected class. And then also sexual orientation, there were some signs of. And so the DLC will go back and they will test again, and they can make a complaint themselves if there is signs of discrimination through the testing process.
Is that within a year?
Pardon me?
Is that a year's time period?
This is like 5 years. Yeah, the data, yeah, it's a lot. So also we're going to determine the new impediments to fair housing choice, we'll review the previously identified ones. So in the last AI, these are identified impediments to fair housing choice: uneven fair housing infrastructure, outreach in English only. So there have been improvements. We do have some of our guidelines now in Spanish. The RCAPs, deteriorating quality of housing inventory in the racially concentrated areas of poverty. So there's been significant improvements there. Disproportionate impact from the Good Landlord Program. Refused to rent to applicants with certain criminal backgrounds. Minorities have disproportionately higher criminal backgrounds. There have been improvements in that area. Landlords lack familiarity with the Fair Housing Act. There have been improvements there. So we are still looking at these and the progress that we've made. Restricted supply of Section 8 vouchers, disparate impact on minorities, since 60% of vouchers are held by minorities. So I'm uncertain on that, still looking at that with, we'll be talking to Tim Price at the Ogden Housing Authority for his input on that. Local building inspectors lack familiarity with the federal multifamily housing requirements. There have been improvements in that. Our inspectors have had training. High denial rate of Hispanics for mortgage when approved are twice as likely to have a higher interest rate rather than whites. The data is inconsistent, and we will look at that more deeply. And 8, limited supportive housing options for the disabled, and that will also need a little bit more work.
So when you say it needs a little bit more work, what does that work entail?
So I will be contacting Tim at the Ogden Housing Authority to get his input and looking at more data to try to determine what is available compared to what was available 5 years ago.
Or like with the interest rates thing, I mean, you just have to look across, you collect more data about what people are being charged for the interest?
Right.
I don't know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, so the process really is to look at the data, but then also during the outreach. So I do meet with like the Ogden Housing Resident Advisory Board. They're actually a great source of input. And then there's the Independent Living Center. I'm not sure if that's the exact name, so I'll be meeting with them also to get information on housing options for the disabled and what their input is.
Can I ask about the voucher, the one dealing with vouchers? What, I guess I'm struggling to understand what the issue there is.
So if there's only a few housing vouchers and minorities use the housing vouchers at a greater percentage than whites do, then if there's fewer vouchers, there's fewer options for minorities to find housing because they're relying on the vouchers.
So the vouchers, at least, you know, I have a rental, and so I can have some exposure to that. They tell you what you can charge for rent, and it's not usually the market rate.
Right.
So
that is an issue.
That's a problem. I mean, we had a family in for 3 years with the voucher and took the lower amount, but then the Ogden Housing Authority made it just every year the lease was going to renew. Man, it was a pain. Those guys just came in to find something you got to do to your house.
HUD is tough.
Yeah. And so it makes it impractical, even if you want to take the voucher.
Right, and that is an issue that's increasing.
Yeah. So I guess I'm having a hard time figuring out where that weighs, you know, in the whole equation.
Well, it makes less and less available.
Yeah.
It does, I know, and so I don't know. Yeah. If you have any input into those things.
I don't know what else to say other than from what I understand is if minorities are using the vouchers more than whites, then they're going to have a greater impact by the restricted amount of vouchers that are available.
Yeah.
And even when the vouchers are available, they're having a hard time finding a renter that will accept that amount of rent. Yeah.
Have they considered paying market rate?
HUD?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
They have a
I don't speak for HUD, but
yeah,
I don't.
They have a mechanism by which they can increase it a little bit, but it's still not ever going to be what market. Yeah. Jenny, we won't be able to get you on the recording. You're spaghetti, but yeah, you can tell us later. Yeah, tell us later.
Yeah, why don't you come up and get on the mic so we can hear you?
Yeah, but she's going to be presenting.
She's presenting.
She's presenting.
Yeah, she's presenting later.
That just seems, I don't know, it doesn't seem like the remedy, that's the only remedy that there is to make it, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Jenny Nagy, and I'm going to talk to you next. So, but the Section 8 housing choice voucher limits are set at the HUD fair market rents, which are at the 40th percentile of the rental market based on bedroom size. So theoretically, the voucher should be usable for 40% of the rental properties in the local area. So the fair market rent is set at the 40th percentile, so 40% of the properties are below that, and 60% are priced above.
Is that based on Ogden Clearfield or Ogden?
It is based on Ogden Clearfield, which tends to make, since prices in Ogden tend to be lower, we have a greater percentage of properties that rent at or below that price limit. I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Back to number 7, the higher rate of Hispanics unsuccessful in obtaining conventional mortgage loans than whites. This has been quite puzzling. In the regional impediment to fair housing choice that Jim Wood's group did in May of 2014, he stated, denial rates for Hispanics in Ogden are twice as high as denial rates for whites, even after adjusting for income. Furthermore, if a Hispanic household receives loan approval, that household is nearly 2 times as likely to have high interest loan as a white household. So that is puzzling because I could not get data to support that conclusion. And I did reach out to Jim Wood's office, and he is a hard man to get a hold of, and I did not get a response. So I pulled the same source data, and Jenny actually was awesome because I thought, this can't be right, because if we look at the data for 1 year from the same source, the HMDA data, we see that Hispanics were unsuccessful 16% of the time and white were 12% of the time. So that's 1.3 times, not twice as likely. So it really, I questioned that data, and then Jenny ran the numbers again to verify that that we're not quite sure where if he was overgeneralizing or where that statement came from. But that is where we, our last IAI, we took that as an impediment, and we're questioning that now, whether that is. But the most common reason for lenders to deny an application is debt to income ratios too high and unverifiable information. So we're still looking at that too. Any questions on that?
So, remind me then again, so this data comes from where?
So in May of 2014, the University of Utah, Jim Wood's group, can't think of a specific, the Bureau of Economic Development, or I'm not sure the exact group, published this Weber County regional analysis of impediment for fair housing. They did a regional one, and in that they took each city and they did an analysis, and this was in the section under Ogden. So it came from Jim Wood's group at the University of Utah. So they ran data.
And your belief is that this is wrong?
It is inflated, it seems to me. Yeah, the data doesn't seem to support his conclusion here. So, but he is looking at a 5-year period, whereas I pulled 1 year of data. So that could possibly explain this.
And has anyone addressed that to them about this research?
They have not returned calls. I actually tried to contact them after this was published to get some information of where this conclusion came from, but I did not get a response.
Okay, because this is pretty significant, and it would be nice to have clarification, just so that we can, if whatever the right data is, that we can use that as
moving forward, right?
Decision making and in the future moving forward. So anything that could happen there.
Yeah, I did mention this to Tom Christopoulos, and he has connections like at Golden West Credit Union, who is a big lender to Hispanic community, and he is giving me some contact people over there specifically to ask them about this data and what their take is on it.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is if that's the case, have you been able to identify the lending institutions that are seeming to slant
The
that.
data that we pulled, I don't think, so there may be lenders on the data. I'm not quite that familiar with the data. So I was just looking specifically at the number of people that were unsuccessful.
Well, let me ask another question that may be sensitive, but would it have anything to do with documentation, citizenship
Right.
documentation?
Right, exactly. That is the two big reasons. Debt to income ratio is too high and they can't, there's unverifiable information. So they can't document that they paid rent for several years or they paid a mortgage to someone privately. There was no verifiable information. So the documentation wasn't there.
Were you talking a different kind of
I'm
documentation?
talking about citizenship
Yeah,
documentation.
About what type?
Which I don't,
Citizenship documentation.
Oh,
which I don't think that,
I don't think that was part of
Wouldn't
the
think
Might
that
be
would
part of
be
why
data,
they
but-
don't have records sometimes. Yeah, it might.
Well, that's what I wondered,
Yeah.
if that might be one of the reasons, but.
Possibly, yes. Yeah, that could be.
so Kathy, would you be pursuing clarifying these?
I will definitely check with Golden West
You
Credit
would?
Union and see what I can find from them.
I
Zero to
imagine
4%.
I imagine the income would be an element there too. Be one of the components of it.
Well, and I mean, even for me, 4% is something to look into, why it's different.
Unfortunately, the city doesn't have a lot of options to control the banking industry. So although we may identify this as an impediment, it is a tough one to address. So how do we educate bankers or how do we change the banking community, which would we even want that responsibility if we look at 2008 and the housing crash, I mean, we do need strict lending practices. So it is a tough one to address, even if we do identify as an impediment. We are grateful to have Cottages of Hope that does provide financial education for people. They are great in helping people get their credit scores up to date, get some verifiable lending history. So they've been very helpful. Any other questions? So identified as a possible new impediment is from Jenny's data from the Ogden CAN Housing Needs Assessment for Ogden and its East Central neighborhood. The high rate of foreclosures and evictions in the East Central, which includes the racially concentrated areas of poverty. Eviction lawsuits per year, 600 Ogden households face eviction lawsuits, 200 of these in the East Central. 200 Ogden households are evicted and 100 of these approximately in the East Central. Foreclosures, approximately 200 foreclosures complete in Ogden per year. So that will also be considered as an impediment.
So the difference is whether they're renting or have a mortgage. Is that evictions is for renters and foreclosures is for people with a
Correct.
mortgage? Okay.
Okay, so this is the process that we're following. May to September, understand affordable and fair housing issues. August to October, develop goals, strategies, and actions for the AI. November, obtain input on the draft AI. December, finalize the AI. I believe we do have something scheduled with City Council. And March 2020 is to obtain input on the draft comp plan, since this is a part of the 5-year consolidated plan process. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I do have a question, and I don't know how this really relates to this study, but I just recently learned a lot more about this, the new federal regulations around mixed status families using
Around what was that?
the mixed status families and how they might be affected with Section 8 and different kinds of resources that HUD allocates.
I
Do you
am
know
not
anything
familiar
about
with that. So Jenny
Yeah,
may be
you'll
able
have
to be
look
the
it up
one to
because
answer that.
It's going to affect a lot of families. And then also HUD regulations around if you access certain resources, then it could affect your immigration status as well. So that'll happen in October. So I don't know how exactly it fits into this, but it'll definitely affect our populations.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kathy.
Yeah, it goes into place October 16th.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
My name is Jenny Nagy. I am an adjunct professor of economics at Weber State University, and I did a contracted housing needs assessment for Ogden Civic Action Network last year, and I'll present some selected findings from that report. Ogden Civic Action Network is a partnership between 7 anchor institutions in Ogden area. Weber State University, Ogden Weber Applied Technical College, Ogden School District, the City of Ogden, so you guys are part of Ogden CAN, Weaver Morgan Health Department, McCady Hospital, and Ogden Regional Medical Center. So this is a group of big organizations that have come together to address issues of health, education, and housing in Ogden, and they graciously funded this study, so thank you. I was originally told I should plan to talk for about 20 minutes. I will definitely stay in that range and will try to maybe speed things up a bit. Feel free to ask me questions as we go. I know it's late, but I think this is really important, and I'm really excited to have the opportunity to talk with you about this project. So I'll talk a little bit about the proportions of owners and renters in Ogden, because the policies that apply to these two groups tend to be different, and it's a good idea to have a sense of the relative size of these populations. And then I'll talk a little bit about, I will talk mostly about affordability, because that's primarily the impetus of these sessions, is my understanding. But I'll talk a little bit about size and quality, and Kathy stole my statistics about stability, but if we get there, I'll review them. So in my report, I compiled statistics whenever possible for 4 regions: the East Central neighborhood, Ogden City, Weber County, and Utah. And I thought about taking the East Central ones out for this presentation, but I know that the Quality Neighborhoods Initiative has a big focus on the East Central neighborhood, and I figured it can't hurt to keep it in there. But if we look at home ownership versus rental rates in Ogden, Ogden has a home ownership rate of about 55%, which is relatively lower than Weber County and Utah as a whole, which have a home ownership rates around 70%. That means the renter rate in Ogden is about 45%, and the renter rates in Weber County and Utah is about 30%. And then in East Central, you can see that it's definitely more skewed towards a renter population, but that is not surprising. Next, looking at median home prices in Ogden, these are home values for owner-occupied properties, and I was able to get data back as far as 1990 from the censuses, and then yearly data more recently. I have adjusted these for inflation, so this is real home price values. So even taking out the fact that prices rise over time because of inflation, when we correct for inflation, we still see prices rising. So essentially, home values are rising faster than incomes, and I'll quantify that a little bit. What I do want to point out here is that while home prices are rising in Ogden, we do have a relatively affordable market compared to Weber County and Utah as a whole. So that's a plus.
But if we go back to that slide, when we had that recession, I would imagine the prices would probably go down.
Yes, and you do see the dip in 2009 and 2010.
In 2012, did houses really get to be more money in East Central than they did in Ogden as a whole? Looks like it bumped up a little higher there.
Yeah, that is what it shows. I'd have to go back, but I trust that data. Remember, this is only the 40% of homeowners in Ogden, because this is just owner-occupied properties.
Not rentals then, huh?
Right. So here's median gross rents. The data for that don't go back quite as far. And we don't see quite as strong of an upward trend, but we still, again, this is adjusted for inflation, see increasing real median gross rents in Ogden, Weber County, Utah, as well as the East Central neighborhood. So to quantify those, over the last 2 to 3 decades, East Central median home prices, and this is true of Ogden as well, I should have put that in there. East Central and Ogden median home prices have been rising faster than median incomes by about 2% per year, and median rents have been increasing faster than incomes by about 1% per year. And while that doesn't sound like a large change year to year, because we're talking about percentage growth over periods of 2 to 3 decades, what we've seen is a substantial increase in home prices and rental prices relative to incomes. And I do apologize, but that statistic holds both for Ogden and East Central. It holds for home prices for Weber County and Utah. Rental rates in Weber County and Utah have been more consistent with income, but in Ogden and East Central, they're rising faster than incomes. This has led to an elevated level of housing cost burden. About 49% of renter households and 28.5% of owner-occupied households with a mortgage experience housing cost burden in Ogden. Again, we've talked about housing cost burden means the family is paying more than 30% of their income towards housing costs. For homeowners, that would include mortgage as well as tax, real estate taxes, and any mortgage insurance that they pay. For renters, that includes rent as well as utility costs, so gas, electric, and water. We tend to see, obviously for owner-occupied housing without a mortgage, we see lower rates of housing cost burden, but that's a small percent of the homeowner population. And the rates are somewhat less in Weber County and Utah and somewhat greater in East Central, but what sort of stands out to me in that table is just the high rate across the board. I wanted to jump to the punchline and talk about a couple of different estimates of affordable housing gaps, including my own estimates, but then comparing them to some other estimates that have been published. When we measure affordable housing gaps, we typically talk about affordable housing for the income categories defined by HUD, and those income categories defined by HUD are measured as percentages of the area median income, and we talked about that a little bit last week. I think it came up maybe again in Kathy's presentation. So this is the HUD income limits for the Ogden-Clearfield metropolitan area, which are the ones that legally apply to Ogden, and you can see the income limits vary by household. So 30% of area median income for a one-person household is $17,850. 50% of area median income is $29,750 for a single person, and 80% of area median income for a single person is $47,600. And then those are the limits, and then the categories that HUD tends to talk about are extremely low income, which are households with incomes between 0 and 30% of area median income, so anything less than that first column. Very low income are those with incomes between 30% and 50%, and then the low income category is those between 50% and 80%. So just to show you that when we talk about those percentages of area median income, it's really a dollar amount based on the area median income for the Ogden Clearfield Metropolitan Statistical Area. And it is somewhat data intensive to do these types of analysis because you need data on household income, household size, and then the housing stock in the area by the rental price and the bedroom amount. And once, right, the population and their household sizes and incomes is the demand for affordable housing, and the housing stock that you have and the prices at which they rent based on bedroom size and rental prices is the supply, and how does the supply of affordable housing meet with the demand, and then you can do the gap analysis, but it's relatively data intensive. So the census data that a lot of the statistics that this presentation is based on, as well as those in Kathy's report, are based on the American Community Survey, which is the largest annual survey conducted by the Census Bureau. So we do the census, which is the entire population, every 10 years, and then in the in-between years, the best data we have is the American Community Survey. And that detailed level of data that you need to do this kind of gap analysis is only publicly available at the county level. So the first statistics about the affordable housing shortage come from the report that Ashley referenced and put up some statistics last week. It was the Utah Affordable Housing Report of 2018, and they estimated that in Weber County we have a shortage of 2,540 units for that lowest level of income category, but we actually have a surplus, and again, this is countywide, for the other two low-income categories. I did a similar analysis in my report. I just looked at the 0 to 30% of area median income, came up with a independent method about a very similar estimate of a shortage of 2,322 units.
Is that Weber County?
That's Weber County. The only statistics that I've been able to find at the city level is a table from the Weber County Housing Assessment and Plan, which is, I believe, from 2012 to 2014, when many of the cities in Weber County came together and wrote their moderate income housing report in a joint effort. And we see in this category, a positive number indicates a gap or a shortage, and a negative number indicates a surplus. So again, it shows that in Ogden we have a shortage of housing for those in the extremely low income category, 30% of area median income or below, but a significant surplus in the very low and low income categories. The source identified by this table is the HUD Sustainable Communities data. I have looked for an updated version of it, but I have not found it. I would love to replicate this analysis with more updated data, but I have not been able to access it. If anybody has any leads on that, or if as city employees you get access to some special data, I would love to connect with you. Are there questions on this? All right, so that's sort of the punchline. This gap analysis of what is the supply and demand of affordable housing in Ogden and Weber County, and how do they match up or not match up. This again is an analysis of Weber County households. So who are we talking about when we talk about that 0 to 30% area median income, this group that's facing a housing shortage? I gave you their income ranges on the previous slide. If we look at Weber County households, we can see that in the last column, right, there's about 80,159 households in Weber County. I know that looks like the individual population of Ogden, but it's not. It's the households in Weber County. And about 10,000 of those households fall in that 0 to 30% area median income category, or about 13% of the total households.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
With that 0 to 30% AMI, what is a housing unit? What would qualify? I mean, we're talking rent rates of $350 a month, or what are we? I'm trying to wrap my mind what that is.
Yeah, that's a really great question. Should we do some math? We can think about, let's try to do one that's kind of easy. So 3 or 4 person, that's about, let's say $24,000, because that's going to make the math really easy. Divide that by 12 is $2,000 a month, and then
That's 0.3, huh?
Then, right, 30% of $2,000 is $600 a month.
So a $600 apartment would then satisfy
Those at the top of that
At the
income
top of that
bracket, right? But that includes all of the people from 0 to 30%. So it includes people making 30% who could afford $600 a month, as well as those who make less who could not afford $600
so
a month.
but a home to buy.
I mean, most of them are renters, right?
Yeah, they're just not available.
Most of that.
Yeah, okay.
And if they do, my guess is that a lot of the homeowners that are in this income category are elderly and either have the home paid off or have had earned more income in the past before they.
That seems like a really, 2,400 units is a big number, even for the county, sounds like to me. The shortage.
Yeah, yes, for the county. The estimate was much lower in Ogden, but again, that data is a little bit outdated. All right. So again, in that 0 to 30% income category, it's about 13% of households total in Weber County. About 6.5% of homeowner households are in that income category. Almost 30% of renter households are in that really extremely low income category.
That's why some people say their whole disability check goes to rent, and then they have nothing left again, or people that are just making a very limited income.
Again, looking at that was sort of the demand side. Again, the supply side, we look at the units, the percentage of units of owner-occupied households and renter-occupied households by the units in the structure. Owner-occupied housing is heavily skewed toward single-family homes of a single unit, and even the majority of our or not majority, a plurality, the biggest category of our rental market is single-family homes. We don't have a lot of high-density units in Ogden or
What would high density qualify? The 50 plus or the 20? Is there a certain amount of units?
High density? Yeah. There's this. I feel like in terms of zoning, there's sort of a distinction made between anything from 1 to 4 units and then 4 plus, so I might call 4 plus or 5 plus high density. But essentially, the stock is largely skewed towards a single-family homes. How am I doing on time? The housing stock in Ogden, and particularly East Central, tends to be very old compared to the housing stock in Weber County. 75% of owner-occupied properties in East Central and 30% in Ogden were built before 1950. In Ogden is similar for rental properties. In East Central, the housing stock of rental properties tends to be a little bit more recent. Kathy talked about the statistics in the American Community Survey that go over housing quality, which are presence of complete kitchen and plumbing facilities. We actually see relatively little of that in the data, about 1 to 2% in across the board in East Central Ogden, Weber County, and the state. This is some data from the Weber Morgan Health Department on the housing complaints they receive. I'd be happy to take questions. I don't want to go over time, but about 8.2% of East Central households filed a housing complaint with the health department in the 5-year period 2012 to 2017, and that was a specific study that we did just for East Central and Weber County, so I don't have Ogden statistics for that. And then those are the same statistics that Kathy discussed about foreclosures and evictions. She talked about just recently, the most recent statistics from 2017 for foreclosures and 2016 for evictions. Those are the most recent. This gives you the trends. You can see the effect of the recession in foreclosures. Evictions have been more constant, with the actual eviction judgment showing a downward trend in Ogden in the recent years, and I'm really curious to see if that continues to trend downward or if it goes back up, but they have not published additional data.
Do you mind just taking a moment to talk about that process? 'Cause I thought that was very interesting because of the filing happened, but then the eviction doesn't actually happen.
Okay, so in the steps in the eviction process are the tenant violates the lease. The most common lease violation is non-payment of rent. So when the tenant is late on rent, according to the lease, anytime after that, the landlord can post a notice to vacate. For most cases, it's 3 days. For non-payment, it has to give the option to pay or vacate, but it's 3 days. And if they vacate, that doesn't require any court filing. It's just a note posted on the door. If they vacate within 3 days, they're not even seen in these statistics, right? So an eviction filing happens when they don't vacate within 3 days and the landlord files for eviction in court, just filing. Whether or not the tenant has a completely legal defense, like the landlord was just upset with them, they're completely current on rent, they're complying with the lease, right? It doesn't necessarily, that's usually not the case, but it could happen. But it just means the first line there, filings, means the landlord has filed for eviction in court. And then this second line, the actual evictions, is they have the hearing and the judge rules to evict them. There's a couple of options. Just the only other option is not that the judge rules in the tenant's favor. The other option is that between the expiration of the 3-day notice and the hearing, the tenant moves, right? So my guess is that a lot of, once it gets to the filing stage, it's very, very likely that it results in involuntary displacement. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much for developing this. And she could talk about it more if anybody wants to follow up. And your report is available, right? Yes. We can share it. I think I shared it with Janine at some point.
Yeah, and we are posting it on the website. We created a landing page for these series, and so all of the presentations and the information that's presented is posted there, or will be if it's not already. So.
And then the actual report that she wrote, would that be on there too?
Yes, that
Okay,
one's
great.
on there too. Yeah, I got permission from her to post it on our website, so.
Thank you. Oh, Greg.
And more to
Hello.
come.
He's here before I even said he was coming. Here he is. Greg Montgomery's going to report on the Utah Foundation report and the Ogden Moderate Income Housing report.
And hopefully I can go through this a lot quicker than the time allotted. But I want
Thank you for waiting us out.
I want to start off with a little story here. This is the Berge grocery store at 665 22nd Street. This is 1926. This is across the street from where the Newbridge Elementary School is, and what occupies this site now is some housing authority development. But back in 1926, this store became the housing for the Berge family and the extended Berge family. One of the daughters married, her husband was killed in a railroad accident, and their 3-year-old daughter and the wife moved back in, and Mr. Berge built a house at the back of the store for his daughter and her child, in addition to the house he had back there. 2 other children then also came and built in the back of the store their own houses. So you had 4 family members living there.
We call that mixed use.
We do.
Is
Well,
that legal? Yeah.
One of the, as I said, the 3.5-year-old grew up, but the family moved back in there after a fire. They got on their feet. The mother remarried. They moved to Keesler Avenue. The house burned down, and in 1932 they moved back to the store and lived in the back unit again until 1936, when they got a house at Van Buren. That child was my mother-in-law. And so one of the things that is out there, and even in some of the reports you heard about, was the idea, well, you can't have more than one person in a room. These things aren't livable. They're not right. But we're seeing more and more through the traditions going back saying there are things that are just traditional that we have done in terms of meeting housing needs. And even though they may not seem right now, they always have been. In fact, the TV show built its whole basis off everybody living in that home, the Waltons. So some of you may not recognize these names,
I know it.
but there's that. And so at the risk of kind of being callous, I want to kind of put things in a perspective that there's nothing new under the sun of how we look at housing and how people adapt to housing. Again, you had seen this last year of the Housing Gap Coalition talking about the concern, and as has been brought out in both this week and last week, how the housing stock is not kept up with the household units. And there's a lot of reasons why that's taking place. But as we see it now, and that number is thrown out there, what will the population be of Utah in the next 20 years and doubling by 2050, kind of putting that in perspective and saying, is that really a new story? This editorial cartoon was done by Dave Bagley. The thing about it, though, is when he did that, this is in reaction to House Bill 295 in 1996 about the future growth, and we can't control, we don't know what we're going to do with it. And how do you put that all in perspective? And I think that perspective is important. In Ogden, in 1951, we created our zoning. We took a lot of the East Central area and rezoned it R5. That R5 meant that you could have up to 52 units an acre of development occur in that area in East Central. The surrounding R4 could be at 37 units an acre. When you talk about what is considered high density, nowadays people will, zoning-wise, people will say, if you're anywhere above 20 units an acre, you're high density. Low density is anywhere between 1 to 8 units an acre. Medium density, 8 to 20 units an acre, and above 20 units an acre, you're looking at high density. So you see, back then in 1951, the concern was what the trends were happening after the soldiers came back after the war, and how do we meet that housing crisis? So Ogden's reaction to it was, we're starting our zoning, let's rezone these centrals so we can have the highest density of housing there. Prior to that, for example, I've showed the Elmhurst apartments built in the 1920s at 34 units an acre before zoning actually occurred. But it was built in such a way that it blended with the neighborhood and felt compatible. Well, then we have, during this R5 zoning, things like Fellowship Manor, 68 units an acre, built under these concepts now. Well, we got to create that high density, but the context you see next to that house versus the Fellowship Manor of the Elmhurst next to the houses next to it. There's quite a difference in how it creates a neighborhood and how it creates a feel for that area. The reason I bring up what took place there, you can see what was happening in the population trends in Ogden. 1940 to 50, 1950 to 1960, we had a 23% increase in 10 years in population, 18% increase in 10 years. So how are we going to meet that demand growth? How are we going to meet those projections of what was taking place and what actually did take place? Well, then we come to Ogden in 1960, 1920. In 40 years, we only had a 9% increase in population. 2000 to 2010, 7%. 2010 to 2019, 7%. Projections, if we look at where we project Ogden to be in 2040, a 12% increase. What I think is important about this is that reaction back in the 40s and 50s of what a very much higher percent increase was versus what we project in the future was a knee-jerk reaction to zone everything R5, and we spent the last 50 years trying to correct that in the quality of housing and the livability of housing. Because what took place with that R5 zoning was anything went. You took a home, you cut it up into 18 units. You did anything you could to say, oh, I'm okay now because zoning allows that to happen. And we're reaping the side effects of the quality neighborhoods of what took place because of that knee-jerk reaction back then of, well, we got to just increase the density. One of the key things is that we really need to take a look at doing things in a reasonable manner, realizing the sky's not falling, but there is really concerns that need to be addressed. But sometimes if we just do a reaction quickly to solve something like the R5 zoning, we have 50 years afterwards trying to correct what was a mistake. It wasn't thought out. It was just said, well, this will be the quick fix. And so it's important to kind of sit back and say, okay, where are we going? What are the things that are important? And how do we meet what needs to happen, but do it in a planned, logical way? So we've talked about before these different plans, the Gardner Business Review about the rising housing costs and affordability. The state produced the affordable housing. There's one other article that was produced last year called Building a Better Beehive, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Because it had some important things in there, I think, that are needed to keep reminding us as we approach how do we deal with housing. What are some things? First of all, one of the things that's made mention of is most of the growth will occur in Utah's urban areas, and most of that growth is taking place in Utah and Salt Lake County by 2065. More than half of all the growth projected in the state will be taking place in Salt Lake and Utah counties. So that starts to put us, okay, where are we at then in Weber County, and how do we react to those things? It's not upon us to take care of all doubling the population, because we won't double our population. We just physically can't do it, and economically can't do it. But there are all those areas where there are vacant lands that can happen. So we have to look, as this says, looking at a balanced approach. That's fiscal stability in the short term. We look at commercial development, long term, by ensuring development commercial development takes place in a manner that is benefit to the community, and that we have all the amenities we need. And that's what Building a Better Beehive talks about, is taking a look at that logical approach and making sure we have these 5 strategies in place. That we promote efficient land use, we expand our transportation options, we preserve our green space and natural assets, and we preserve and improve community character. In other words, we're context sensitive in how we do things. And we avoid undue taxpayer subsidy for new growth. Those 5 premises are what Building a Better Beehive talks about. In that, promoting efficient land use, it talks about looking for opportunities for strategic densities. And strategic densities are trying to look at where does it make the most sense. Where is it in terms of relationship to transit corridors? Where is it in relationship to major thoroughfares? And do we have certain defined areas for that higher density concentration? Envision Utah had a couple years ago about what they call the 3% solution. That if we just focused on certain principles on 3% of the land use, we could meet the demands needed for the state. Just focusing on those key 3% areas that have these elements in them. That isn't, everything else has to go and completely change. Because that is not a healthy neighborhood, that's not a healthy community. A healthy community has those balances, and those balances are important. Encourage mixed-use developments is another part, they say, of how to make efficient land uses. Things that we are doing downtown, those mixed-use developments, and things that would happen at transit-oriented development areas, those mixed uses. This shows why that transportation, as the next step, is important. Promote those transit riderships. If you look at this chart, this comes from the Gartner report. You look at the amount of miles driven each year. So Utah County has 54%. Look, U.S. average is 4%. But 54% of people in Utah County drive more than 26,000 miles a year. Weber County is the next one. We also put a lot of miles on our cars getting to places versus Salt Lake or the nation. So making sure those transportation connections and ridership from other types of transportation besides vehicles is important as we look and plan for the future.
They're also commuting into Weber County.
Correct, but not as many.
That's what's happening there.
Yeah, but these are people from Weber County, how many miles they put on going somewhere. So
are they going outside of Weber
they're going outside of Weber County, generally get 26,000 miles a year. Yeah. The next tenet is preserving the green space and the natural assets. And that's promote urban green spaces. And the balance is between the public spaces and the private spaces. As development occurs, does the private development have green space, which can help meet the needs? And also protecting the natural assets, such as agricultural areas, as well as the natural features. The next thing it talks about is preserving and promoting community character. And you heard a little bit about that earlier on in your strategic plan. That's placemaking, that's streetscapes, that's our building conditions. Focusing on those things are also just as important in making that better beehive than just jumping to one thing, we just need more density. These are all things that create a place that people live in and people can be healthy in. The final item is avoiding undue taxpayer subsidy for new growth. And this talks about, when you look at where Utah is at versus the other states in terms of impact fees, much of the state legislature is about reduce the impact fees. Well, we're still much lower than many states, but yet the housing costs are still higher. So there's other factors going on, and it's just not one thing. There's a multitude of things that are affecting housing prices. But again, these type of things look at how do we reduce that cost? Well, impact fees. One of the things the report points out, they focus in on Ogden, and they talked about the Minakazi study that we had done a couple of years ago, and said that what Ogden had demonstrated by the study was how important a downtown is for the healthy economy of the whole community. And as you look at these land values and taxable per acre, you can pick the downtown out of all entire Weber County at the high peak there of what the price tax per acre of property value is. And those are important things in creating something that's good for the entire community. And that is the end of that discussion. So we'll just, if you have questions on that, then we'll just move on to the next one.
Questions?
No, but do you have a copy of that report? Do you have a copy of the report you could send us?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep my eyes open.
I know, I know.
We're gonna do it.
Like,
I'm trying to do it too.
I know.
You're doing great, Greg. You're doing great. I'm just gonna stand up for just 1 minute while we switch.
I wonder where you got those pictures of that grocery store.
Yep.
Not on the camera.
So I'll go through this rather quickly. There's a couple of things that I've added in here I think that are important. So the moderate income housing report is something we're required to do each year. And so this is last year's report, and just kind of, again, a refresher of what was in that report. And it's talking about how are we meeting the state's requirements that they have spelled out for us, and then using those state measurements, what are we accomplishing? Well, it talks about we need to have in our general plan a moderate income housing plan. We do have basic standards in the housing element of the general plan that talk about the key elements that the state wants us to have in. And as meeting the desire of the people who live in the community. And again, I'll go back to the other discussion about, it's not saying are you addressing the entire state need, are you addressing the needs of your area and how you see growth happening? And I think that's something important to keep in balance as the discussion goes on. So these are items from the general plan that talk about the things we do, and I'll just kind of quickly go through that. And then the state has 7 defined measures they want us to address. The thing, and it's been talked about in every presentation, the difference between moderate income housing versus affordable housing. Hopefully by now you've heard and know the distinctions between the two. The one thing is that's really, again, not mentioned is there really are 4 pillars to affordable housing. And local government doesn't have a lot in these 4 pillars other than what I've shown in red. For example, the dwelling owner and their condition is something that we have no control over. We don't have control over their education, what wages they make, how they manage their finances, their health, or the type of unit they want to have. Those are personal choices and personal items they do. We try to provide opportunities. Even now, with some of the programs that we have tried to work with the vocational school and others to do to try to get people into high-paying jobs, people won't go to those classes. They won't take 10 months out of their life to improve their wage earning capacity. They can't see beyond those 10 to 12 months it would take to improve that situation. And we're having a hard time getting people into that into there. But that's just one aspect of it. Construction costs, we don't have a lot of control over material or labor costs or a lot of those type of things. We don't have a control over the interest rates or the overhead that the developers want to have. Regulations, we do have some things in terms of density, what can be built at. Lot size is kind of a market-driven thing in addition to what the zoning would allow. And what are lender requirements? Real estate, property location determines value. And that can have an impact on where people locate to try to meet their housing needs. What is the demand for the housing? What are the interest rates? When I built my house, the interest rate was 18% on a house loan. And so our house is very small. But we don't have, again, those controls on what are those interest rates. Various things like that. Those are all the pillars that lead to affordability. And just as you can see, one thing doesn't solve it all. And then how do you look at home? Home as a shelter, or home as an investment? Again, from the Gardner Institute, it talked about, they interviewed different developers, and they said most of the product we build, we look at it, and a lot of it are purchased by investors. And they don't just purchase one unit, they purchase clumps of units. And they hold on to those units for 1 to 6 years as the majority. That then takes those houses off the market for people who are looking for, buy and own their own home. Or when you talk about why has rates gone up in terms of even rentals, you've all heard the commercial. This is a great market to flip your house. Come and enjoy my seminar. Those type of things are going on, and they also affect affordability. But those aren't things that we can't control. We can't control who owns a house. And so you just got to realize this is one of the factors that's going on in there of that spectrum of how do I look at a house? Is it an investment? Is it a shelter? Or is it somewhere in between? And then one of the things, now this gets confusing. You've been confused before about the Clearfield, Ogden. The state says you have to consider what your county median income level is for your moderate income housing plan. And so the county median income is 62,000, where the Ogden Clearfield is 78. So when we're doing our moderate income housing plan, we're using a lower number, which is the median income of Weber County, to determine those median income levels of 80, 50, and 30. So in this state report we do, it's different than the HUD and all the other reports because it's a different.
So handy.
Yeah, consistency is just wonderful.
So do we have to make up that gap?
Well, that's one of the things when we take a look at what the state wants us to report in, we look at the Weber County, how we do that median, so that even makes that gap less when you look in the state's viewpoint. So here's just understanding the numbers. Ogden is 34% of the county population. Ogden is 36% of the dwelling units of the county. Ogden is 80% of the designated low income housing units of the county. So you can kind of see how do we fit in our housing with what's being provided in Ogden, what our housing is in terms of relationship to the county, and the disparity that's taking place there. One of the things that is happening, you might have read in the paper about the Weber Housing Authority building 3 units in Ogden. The reason they're doing that is they cannot find land outside of Ogden City that they can afford to build those housing units in. There is nowhere that they can find land in the county. And so they're doing their housing in Ogden also because that's where they can find more affordable land.
And Greg, how does this relate, and I know it's scaling a bit late, so I'm not sure if I can say this properly, but you were kind of saying that all the growth is going to be in urban areas. And I know that you've pointed out Utah County and Salt Lake County, but Ogden is an urban area too. So, does that mean that the growth will also happen in our internal?
It will, but at a much larger, a much smaller percentage.
Smaller percentage.
So in those growth rates that I showed, we project that generally it'll be a 7% growth rate in every 10 years to get to the projected populations. And I'll show you in a second, we're not that far off in just what our first year projection is of that being the constant rate. A lot of the general studies that have been done, really, they give Weber County, it's Utah County, Salt Lake, Davis, and then Weber. We're at the very tail end of where people are going to try to make up that housing shortage. And so I think that's, again, it's just that balance. I don't know why. I think in one sense it's good. We're a good kept secret, and let's keep it that way. But that is all the projections. Everything is where there's more vacant land, where there's ability for the infrastructure. And I think those are the things that are saying this is where those densities are going to go.
Greg, in the context of our discussion a couple of weeks ago on the mixed-use development, that property that's left, that's not developed as the mixed use, Do you see that that's a prime location for developers to come in and develop housing along with some other mixed-use event there? Is that, I guess maybe my question is it too expensive? Is it, I don't know, what's the impediment?
Generally, for Ogden, the impediment is the cost of redevelopment. Because the vacant land that's left is not the easy stuff.
Right.
Either there's water pressure problems, there's geologic problems, other access problems that may exist. And so those aren't easy things to overcome. And so what we're seeing, and what we've always been talking about, is the redevelopment of our downtown core as a housing area. How that helps the 24-hour presence of downtown, and those key areas along the TOD routes, and along major corridors, the 12th Street overlay. Those are the things that we really want to see encouraged happening, but not, let's take something in the middle of a single-family neighborhood, now let's make that a high density, or those type of things. That doesn't create a healthy neighborhood. We've got to be strategic on where those are placed and how we address those. But that's the other part of it, is it comes with a cost because it's redevelopment, it's not green.
Well, that was part of the discussion we had. I mean, that property is expensive because of what it took to get it.
Correct. There's a gap of what the land cost was and what has to be now take place.
So it's not going to be affordable housing. Well, it might be affordable housing for people who make a lot of money.
Yeah, it just depends what your definition is.
Yeah.
But,
Depending on which area.
But it does all come with a cost. Even if it's dedicated low-income housing, there is a cost to it, and someone has got to pay that cost to make the gap.
You know, I just looked at those graphs there, though. 80% of the moderate to low-income housing is in Ogden for the county. And that's a discussion that we're starting to have with the other communities. Now, I think that they're finally kind of coming around that maybe they need to carry a little of that burden, but it's gonna be slow.
It's not just gonna.
Well, and it's the other residents' perceptions. I mean, just had the article about South Ogden, right? The people were protesting a mixed-use development,
Well, they do.
Cars, and that's going to continue.
That is the thing.
Yeah,
in some of these smaller communities, boy, they're so averse to growth until the farmer, his kids don't want to farm anymore. And so he sees dollar signs from developers, and that's kind of what's happening. And it's not as planned as it ought to be.
Correct.
Yeah.
There really is not a regional growth policy.
Right.
That's happened out in West Haven.
Again, one of the things we mentioned was that dispersion of, these are the tax credit projects. This is where they're located in Ogden. This kind of gives you an overview of where they're located in the county. Well, there's not a lot located outside of the city again. So you can get, here's the overall county, but you see all the black dots, or majority of the black dots are in Ogden. Our housing diversity, again, it's been talked about, home ownership, Ogden versus Weber County or the nation. How our zones, we allow residential in both residential zones, commercial zones, mixed-use zones, CBD. So we give a lot of variety of location for housing, where most communities don't do that. And those housing types, while 20,000 are single-family homes, 11,000 are multi-unit projects. In other words, there's more than 2 units in a building. So we have a variety of that. And then we've got some of the mixed use, which is we've done in the River Project and the Junction and SROs and those type of things. As was touched on earlier, we have much older housing than both Weber County and Utah in general, as these two graphs show. And that is both in owner-occupied and in rental housing. And areas in Ogden, 80% or less median income. All that blue is where 50% of the homes or the families there are below 80% or below the median income. So you can see the dispersion throughout Ogden of that.
That's Weber County.
Well, this one is just in Ogden City. Yeah.
What percentage of the land mass is that?
I don't know. I didn't figure that one out. I should have, but I don't know. And then we also take care of housing in other ways too. Whether it's the housing for the disabled, which takes up existing housing units, whether it's helping people transition, such as the Homeless Veterans Fellowship. Habitat Humanity is another partner that helps in affordable housing with the homes they build. And then these are just things that the state then wants us to address, and we've addressed. We eliminated, to help reduce barriers, we eliminated the density requirements in the CBD. So 4.8% of the land has no density limit to it. We reduced parking requirements, which also helps in affordability because it takes $2,000 per unit cost off something built in downtown and try to provide that parking. The ADU process that we have in place, providing opportunities throughout the city for accessory dwelling units to happen. Ward touched about this last week, about the different projects that the city's been involved with, also to help look at moderate income housing. And
Greg,
yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt,
fine.
but with the ADU thing, we've talked about that a lot, about that we don't really even know how many people are doing it.
How many?
How are
we
we
don't know how many.
counting it if we don't know how many are doing it?
Well, we know how many people come in to get permits. We just don't know how many others are out there doing that.
Well, but we're not naive.
Yeah, we know there's more doing it.
We know there's
permits.
probably
A lot.
10 to 20 that do it for the one that got the
For every,
permit.
yeah.
How do we count that? I mean, when we're trying to do these statistics that Kathy and Jenny
Yeah.
are talking about, how do we account for stuff like that?
Well, I mean, statistically wise, you want to have evidence.
Sure.
So we could be subjective and say, well, how many people abide the law? Well, we'll give this percentage. I don't know, that's a good statistical
Yeah.
Because we knock on every door.
Yeah.
Find out how
So
many
we just
people
got to
are
go with
there.
who has taken out and got a permit
Well,
for it.
that's where I'm having grief, I think, is I'd really like to feel like we had a good sense of what we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I really don't think we do.
Not in ADUs, we don't.
Right.
Or vacation rentals or,
Right.
because that again takes something out of the housing stock.
Well, and then there's some of those things, when we talk about the housing stock that's substandard,
Mm-hmm.
that people are living in and afraid to report it because they won't have anywhere to live if they do.
Right.
That also fouls the statistic.
Because it then triggers into some of those other items talked about, plumbing or
Yep.
those type of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Let's see. Yeah, this is talk about what Ward did. I want to just show you this slide quickly. Last year when we did the report, this was the construction activity we had from 2017 to 2018. 61 units were built within the city. Since November 2018 to now you can see the number of units built. Multiple family 122, fourplexes 40, triplexes 39. 30% of the construction that's taken place this year has been low, moderate, dedicated housing. But 226 units have been built this year or are under construction, have a permit and are under construction, versus last year when we did the report, only 61 units. The reason this is important, keep that number in mind, 226, because at the end, when we did the moderate income housing, I said, what do we project in the future for our development? So that's just kind of see what's happening now. So we are getting more pressure, but it's pressure at that 7% range over 10 years, the way we talked about. Again, this gets into the concern that you raised and what we've seen taken off the market last year because of inadequate housing and unsafe housing. These number of units were removed out of the tax credit housing projects because they were no longer habitable of poor upkeep. Then to talk about some of these other things, I'm just going to quickly go through this. It's late, and we've done that. So see what our projection was for the next year. Our yearly growth, 218 units, 230 units is what we have built this year. So pretty well following that trend that we anticipated in what our growth would be. And so I think that's something important to take a look at of how will the growth grow kind of in that manner. And as we look at concentrated areas for that to happen, we can help avoid creating what we created back in the 40s and 50s, was just immediately run off to do something that will be widespread, but has more of a detrimental effect to overall housing and sustainability than if we look at it in a logical approach and look at the key factors of what makes a community and what makes it livable and what makes it good for all citizens of all incomes and of all ages and all abilities. So,
I feel like, oh, go ahead.
no, so that's the end of that one.
I feel like, I mean, in a way, your recommendation is kind of like, oh, just keep doing whatever we're doing. But is there, you know, in your bigger plan, I feel like there's some statements around these are certain areas that we want to see other growth. I mean, what else? Do you have any recommendations, or is that for another time?
Well, I think that's the basic is, you know, we need to be concentrated and focused on where those densities happen and avoid just jumping in and doing it anywhere, which becomes a detriment to all the neighborhood around. We've got to have that balanced approach of how we approach things and look at developing with partners, because one of the things that's out there is federal funds are going down, state funds are going down. It's all being say, okay, local community, you take care of it. And we've got to be very strategic about how that happens. Because again, we can get so focused on one item, we don't look at that whole picture, which I think the Better Beehive was talking about. Look at it balanced, look at it in a logical manner of how do you address that need, but realizing you don't have to address the entire need. There's lots of other places that are also working on it. And so we take a balanced approach to it.
Thank you so much. Pretty good, keeping our attention at 10:40 p.m.
I don't know how that worked.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Greg?
Next week.
Next week.
I'm pretty sure I do, but I don't have any idea what I'm saying.
I have a long comment, no, just kidding.
So, Vice Chair Chaburka, if I could just, there is a link to the Utah Foundation report in your packet.
Great.
So you've got that already set up?
Yeah, I have it. There was a link. And then I think technically we need to ask for public input to meet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would anybody like to make any public input?
I think we ought to look at sometime down in the future to have Greg come back and give this presentation, because I'm sure we've got some things that we could review. But I wouldn't review it tonight, but.
Thank you.
Angel Castillo, way to hang in there. This has been I think this is officially the longest civic sort of meeting I've attended.
We're trying to break some records here.
Right? A little large. One of the things that keeps coming to, it was in Jenny's report and it was in Greg's report, is this whole Ogden Clearfield issue and the fact that we don't have data, that Jenny didn't have data that was most current. And Greg is doing these based on state requirements which say Ogden Clearfield. So following the state guidance of, yes, we need to look at Ogden Clearfield, I think it's really important to remember that we need to be looking at Ogden, because our numbers in Ogden are going to be different than when considering the data set of Ogden Clearfield. I highly recommend somebody figuring out, let's pony up and let's pay Chem C. Gardner for accurate data before you make decisions that are going to be affecting where we're going and how we're growing and developing over the next 10, 15 years. I wholeheartedly agree with Greg that we need to plan thoughtfully and sustainably, and we don't want to have a knee-jerk reaction. But as I'm sure you've heard from citizens and you've heard from me and other people and other reports, that we have an affordable housing issue for middle income and low income. You know, the depending on the data you look at, median income for Ogden is about, it's either right above 43,000 or it's below 43,000. So I like to say 43,000, but that's working class. And some of the reports that came out from Weber County Health, and Jenny referenced them as well, is we have people that are spending more than 50% of their income on rent. And that is just not sustainable. And while we look and we have housing that's designated and we're building it and we're going to focus it on middle or low income, unless there is a law in place that says it must be based off of a percentage of what the average income is, that's no guarantee that that housing is in 5 years or 6 years going to be affordable. We have to take a look at what we can do for our working class. These are the people that work at Costco. These are the people that work at your coffee shops. These are students graduating from Weber with multiple degrees that are making less than $35,000 a year because they're brand new. We need to, if we want to keep our students here, if we want to keep first-year teachers, fire, police, nurses able to live here, we need to look at some rental housing because not everybody can afford, to buy a home. And you hit it right on the head with what does expanding that Own in Ogden program grant look like? We're going to have to take a good hard look at that so that we can free up those people from renting what could be affordable to lower income so that they can move up in the housing chain. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I thought that was my alarm clock.
I don't see any other comments here. Would
Trying to hit
anybody else like
snooze.
to make comments?
Good job, way to go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We made it through. Great. Well, thank you all so much for the evening. Do we have to adjourn this fact finding work session? Awesome. Everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you for sticking it out. Can you get up?
No, I was like, dude.
I apologize to you when I started doing
I'm serious.
Let's see if we do this again.
Oh.
Painful, huh? Yeah.
Let's see if we can do this again.
Oh, no, a few minutes. That's okay. I need to stand. As long as I'm standing, I'm okay. Just need to stand. Thank you, my friends. Thank you very much. We did it. Woo! That was your plan.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hang on. in there.